handoff up the middle, scoots out to the left side, and he is off to the races, as it says in the bottom of the screen that you can't see, to the crib.
To the crib. Carol Johnson and a Boston Karen in there.
Yeah. Here's our top 10 plays of the week. Number 2, check out this play from Rivers quarterback Darian Harper. Slow motion, diving over into the end zone. I always hated Lou Holtz. Right. Notre Dame is the greatest team that's ever played football in the history of football. They do the magic tricks before the game. The picks for this week. It's on the screen right here, Tyson. James Starrett. Thanks, James. Appreciate you being a part of the live stream comments. Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to Pigskin Profits. It is episode 12, playoffs, and we're going to get right into it here, wasting no time. Nick Sisson on behalf of N2 Media and my man Tyson McCallum, Recruit Radar Pacific Northwest. Tyson, how are you, buddy?
I'm great. I'm excited for playoff football.
Yeah, we're going to dive right into what we got on tap for everybody tonight. Obviously, we've got the bracket challenge, the bigger dance, as we are going to go through each bracket in 2B, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. But before we do that, as always, we will be joined by a special guest, and he is ready and waiting and willing, none other than Brandon Huffman of 24/7 Sports to talk recruiting here in the state of Washington. Let's bring him on three-dimensionally. Brandon, thanks for taking some time to come out here tonight and talk recruiting and some other things, possibly at WIAA High School Sports. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, whoever did that Lou Holtz impersonation, well done. That was elite, Lou Holtz.
Yeah, you tell Frank Caliendo he can suck it. Yeah, no, but in all seriousness, I do love Frank Caliendo. I think that he's like a master impersonator. But yeah, I grew up absolutely hating Notre Dame, and every time that's how we talked about it. We always would turn on the ESPN College Game Day, and it'd be Lou Holtz and Mark May. Between the two of them, I hated Penn State and Notre Dame more than any other schools imaginable. So I'm glad they're not on TV anymore. So
it's funny because part of the reason that I am into recruiting was I'm old. I'm almost 50. Okay, I'm 47. But in the late 80s, when I was in middle school, my 7th grade English teacher was a Notre Dame grad. And he used to bring Blue Gold Illustrated to class. And in 1988, when I was in 7th grade, Notre Dame won the national championship. And he would bring me these articles every week to read about Notre Dame's recruiting class. And so I kind of grew up I grew up in Southern California, so went to games at the Rose Bowl as a kid, went to a ton of actual Rose Bowl games. But, in the late 80s, early 90s, watching Notre Dame when they went to NBC, it was always fascinating to watch, how they were like just this, the juggernaut. They were the Yankees, the Cowboys of the 90s. And now here we are in 2023, and they're still given the credit that they got in the 80s, and they have won a national championship in 35 years.
Yeah, I mean, they've been on the precipice a few times. Most notably in my head, I go back to the team that had Monte Teo on it and that whole scandal with him and the internet, girlfriend that never existed. And then I think that they came back and got shut out in the championship game that they played in. I can't remember off the top of my head who that was against. Was it Florida State?
It was Alabama, who just annihilated them.
Yeah. I mean, Notre Dame has always been like historically a team. I'm 40, so I'm with you in terms of growing up knowing Notre Dame is, a good team. And I've always felt like they were more hype, than actual hose. I always knew that when it got time to bowl season, they'd crumble. And I don't know why, but they get good guys. They get good recruits. I don't know
No
what
question.
it is, though. And they play such a tough schedule other than Army and Air Force. And Coast Guard back in the day. I mean, those teams, they didn't really schedule too tough, but played Michigan and Ohio State. Yeah, Coast Guard, you got to watch out for Coast Guard, man. They're tough. But yeah, anyway, we do appreciate you coming on tonight, and good to get to know you. First thing I wanted to start out with is, just pretend for 1 minute that nobody watching knows who Brandon Huffman is, and just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you can contribute to high school kids that are looking to play at the next level.
Yeah, well, most people don't think I contribute anything. So, I'll use this opportunity to say, hey, I do contribute a little bit. I'm in my 21st year covering recruiting. My first recruiting class was the 2003-2004 class. Actually the 2004 class. I started in the spring of 2003. And to give myself a little bit of age, the first class I covered had Marshawn Lynch and Adrian Peterson in that class. And I grew up, born and raised Southern California. First started out just covering UCLA and USC recruiting. The first year that I did it, Carl Durrell had just been hired at UCLA. Pete Carroll won his first national championship at USC, and USC started to recruit at a big-time national level at that time. And I remember interviewing Adrian Peterson 4 or 5 different times when he was interested in UCLA and USC. Actually took official visits to both those schools. Talked to Marshawn Lynch back when he liked the media. And here I am 21 years later. I've been, gone down to the All-American Bowl, which was formerly the Army All-American Bowl. I was there in San Antonio when Deshaun Jackson had his infamous flip that he landed a yard short of San Antonio. I've been married for 24 years. I've spent more New Year's Eves with the Alamo Dome than I have with my own wife because I've been in San Antonio so many times over the years. I did probably about 3 weeks ago, I did my first second generation interview with the recruit who I interviewed his dad back in the day. So I'm kind of an old head. I remember back in the day when I first started covering recruiting where you could call a kid once a month, and that was when recruiting really happened, is in his senior year. And obviously the time has changed, but so I've been covering recruiting for 21 years. For the first 14, I was with Scout.com, and we were with FoxSports.com. We were their college football recruiting site. Came over in 2017 to 24/7 Sports when we merged. Scout merged with 24/7 Sports under the CBS Sports umbrella. So I've been doing this for a long time as a side, kind of a passion project. My wife and I run a nonprofit foundation, the Avery Huffman DIPG Foundation, which we founded in 2016 when our then 7-year-old daughter passed away from a inoperable brain tumor, and she suffered and fought brain cancer for 7.5 months. So we started that foundation. So 24/7 Sports is my job, but the Avery Huffman DIPG Foundation is my passion. And, I've been very blessed and fortunate that over the last 7 years in our foundation, so many events in the football space out on the West Coast have, benefited the Avery Huffman DIPG Foundation. So I get to share her story and do my job. So, it's kind of what I do. I've got 3 other children besides Avery, freshman, or I guess she's a sophomore in college, a senior in high school, and then a 6th grader. When I'm not traveling, I'm, doing the dad thing. But I've been lucky and blessed that, my job is to cover college football and college football recruiting. And, I'm afraid if I ever have to grow up and get a real job, I'm not sure what I'll do.
Seems like you've done a really good job of carving out your niche, so to speak. And, I'd say you made it by this time. If you're doing second generation interviews and putting forth all that work, I mean, passion's the name of the game. So, I mean, I quit writing loans for automobiles so I could commentate sports in high school, and live stream it. So it was a lot of fun to get started, but for the last 3.5 years, it's just been nothing but a grind, and doing it for yourself is really what it's all about. And it seems like you have a lot of fun doing it, always seeing you on the Twitter, always retweeting different athletes, and where they stand and where they're getting to be committed at. One of the questions that I did want to ask pertaining to the state of Washington in particular is, who are maybe some guys, maybe we've heard of them, maybe we haven't, but some guys that are, really improving their stock right now, whether they're a senior or whether they're, a couple years down the road in terms of where they might want to be going at college in the next couple of years.
Like I said, I've seen, 21 years I've been doing this. I saw how in 2003, your senior year, those first 3 or 4 games were so crucial to the recruiting process. And now it's almost, if you're not being recruited by your senior year, it might be too late. And especially with quarterback recruiting, the way that it's been expedited, guys are committing as freshmen and sophomores and juniors earlier and earlier. And so if you're a late blooming senior quarterback, it's, almost a death knell to you. But interestingly enough, I look back 2 years ago, and Josh Wood at Graham Kapowsin was committed to Eastern Washington, had a monster senior year, had a huge game on ESPN against Travis Hunter's team that won them the ESPN Geico Championship, and he ended up at Fresno State. Well, now 2 years later, they got the number 1 seed at Graham Kapowsin and the top seed in 4A, and Davion Super-Ailes, who basically had to wait his turn behind Josh Wood, who had to wait a turn of his own behind Dylan Morris and the names escape me, the kid that started ahead of him for his senior, who had to wait his turn behind Dylan. At GK, you kind of have to wait your turn. And Davion has had a fantastic senior year, to the point where now I think there might be some big sky activity coming in the next couple of weeks, especially if you can continue to keep GK, en route to a state championship. And then in the SPSL, there's another quarterback. In fact, both those guys were named the co-players of the year in the SPSL, and that's Rocco Koch at Curtis High School in University Place. Both have really elevated their game this year. The hardest part that they're having to deal with is that they're quarterbacks. And again, with quarterback recruiting, and it's, the irony in all that is that so often quarterbacks transfer, and it's not because, it's not just because of a lack of playing time, but it's a lack of development. And some guys, get offered based on their t-shirt and shorts, and coaches watch them work out and they offer them instead of actually watching what they do on film, and they offer them early on because, they're getting a lot of attention. And so guys that are actually flourishing as juniors and seniors kind of get lost in the shuffle. But I think that Rocco and Davion both are guys that have seen their stock rise. They've both gotten a few offers in recent weeks, or a lot more attention. And I think with, a decent November leading into December, both could see their stock getting to the point where they end up being FCS guys. So I think those are the couple of the 2024 guys that are trending in a positive direction. In terms of underclassmen, it's been really weird. We just haven't seen a lot of offers going out to 2025s in the Northwest, in the state of Washington, and 2026 is kind of the same thing. And, it's funny because even in California, I cover Central and Northern California, I cover Oregon, I cover Washington, I cover pretty much the Pacific Northwest. And it just seems like with coaches now, and it's been kind of a common refrain with the transfer portal, more schools are worried about keeping their own guys in-house, that during the fall, we're not seeing as many offers going out. But a couple of guys that I think are positioning themselves to end up with some offers down the line. A couple of the 2024, I think Daryl Gibson at Timberline High School, he's a basketball player, basketball background. I think he has been, fantastic this year. Over 100 tackles, a number of tackles for loss. A guy that I think could end up with some late activity. And then you go down to the 2025 class, a kid that I'm really high on. I got a chance to see him last month when I was down in Vancouver, Josiah Alanis at Evergreen High School, 6'1", 6'2", about 195 pounds, safety at Evergreen. He's a guy that I think's had really good junior film. I could see him kind of being a guy that when schools get down to Evergreen, there's a lot of talent there. He's got a teammate, Ja'Kai Clardy's got a couple offers. He's got 2 older teammates, one going to Oregon, one going to San Diego State. He could be a guy that I see start getting some action. Obviously in the 2A level, you got the Beaner brothers at Anacortes. I know, we talked about them. Those are 2 guys that the only 2 guys in the state of Washington that have been rated on 24/7 that do not have an offer. That's how strongly I believe in those guys' ability to play at the next level. And, it's befuddling, for lack of a better term, to figure out why they haven't got offers. And I think part of it is, big sky schools don't want to tip their hands too early and do the work for Mountain West schools. And Mountain West schools are kind of sitting there waiting to see which Pac-12 guys get dropped or people move on from. So college coaches, as good as they are at their jobs, managing more than one class at a time gets to be a little bit tedious. So those are some guys that I think once we get to December, we get to January, when coaches get back on the road, I think both those guys are going to end up seeing some more offers coming in. But yeah, it's been very curious, especially with the flurry of activity we've seen in the state the last 5 classes. I'm kind of curious how quiet it's been with some 25s and 26s.
Just to piggyback on that, Tyson, before I let you jump in with a question is, do you think that the realignment plays any part of that in terms of what territories teams are going to now be trying to pipeline through, knowing that, like, you know, Washington and Oregon, USC, UCLA are all going to be, you know, competing in the backyards of all the, you know, Northeastern schools and the North Midwestern schools there? I mean, are they maybe thinking about opening up different areas and where they would go to recruit from? Or could it just be potentially, like you said, the transfer portal earlier? You look at guys like Michael Penix Jr., you look at guys like Bo Nix that are both transfer portal starters for, you know, the number 5, the number 6 team in the country right now.
You asking me or you asking Tyson?
You, I'm sorry.
Okay,
sorry. I said Tyson. Hold on, I was going to piggyback to you.
Gotcha. No, yeah. I absolutely think that is, and it's been interesting because just this week alone, you saw Jake Dicker address NIL, and I think that's a bigger issue because realignment is absolutely a factor. And I think when you start to hear coaches, you saw it with Boise State this week as well, Andy Avalos talk about NIL. It's not NIL. It's the bigger picture, and that's the realignment. I think that Washington State's now, NIL is kind of pseudo for realignment. We're now going to have to deal with keeping our guys on their roster, knowing that there's schools that are using NIL to woo a guy, but also playing the card of, hey, you don't even know what conference you're going to be in next year. And I think that you're hearing, Washington State and Oregon State, they're trying to recruit their own roster. And I think that because of the realignment, the uncertainty, and the lack of knowing, it doesn't hurt the 10 Pac-12 schools that know they have a conference to go to next year. It hurts the 2 that don't know which conference they're going to be in next year. And they're being negatively recruited. And NIL is being what's used to woo, but it's the gateway drug. It's, hey, here's some NIL. By the way, do you really want to play the Mountain West next year? You've been at a Pac-12 school, and now you're in the Mountain West. So I think there's some schools that, like Oregon State, Washington State, that are having to play defense more than they're able to play offense right now during the fall. And it's funny because if you look at the Pac-12 kind of across the board in the last 4 or 5 years, the 2 schools that have done the best job in the fall, and what I mean by that is that they're not the schools that necessarily get a ton of early commitments, has been Washington State and Oregon State. They kind of know where they sit at the table. And so they're the schools that maybe find some of those Mountain West guys and push for them down the stretch. And in years past, they've been able to do that. But now with the uncertainty of where they're going, they're having to play more defense. Let's keep our guys on this roster rather than going out and getting more. On the flip side, Washington State's landed more commitments in the 2024 class since September than any other school in the Pac-12 as we know it. And Oregon State, I just did an article earlier today on a kid from Sarah High School in San Mateo who's committed to San Jose State, and Oregon State's giving them something to think about. But there's a good chance that in a year from now, they're in the same conference. But I think both those schools they're trying to do the best they can from an offer and recruiting standpoint without knowing what their destination is. So I think realignment is absolutely messing with some schools. On the same hand, I think it's helping some of those schools that know where they're going, particularly some of those Power 5 schools that are going to the Big Ten. They've got, there's an allure to an Ohio State, a Penn State, a Michigan. Maybe not as much of an allure to the Big 12 that doesn't have Texas and Oklahoma. So I think the Oregon, the Washingtons, the SC, the UCLAs are able to utilize them going to the Big Ten for more stability, which is funny when you think about the last 3 weeks that the Big Ten has been dealing with. But I just think that realignment is certainly affecting recruiting. And there's also the rumors. Is Jake Dicker going to stay at Washington State? He's a candidate at Michigan State. Is Jonathan Smith going to stay at Oregon State, his alma mater? He's a candidate at Michigan State. I mean, the negative recruiting has been bumped up a notch for schools like Oregon State and Washington State. They're having to fend that off, recruit their own roster, and then try to recruit the guys this fall.
Tyson, go ahead and jump in there, buddy.
Hey, Brandon, how's it going?
Oh, dream.
Good to talk to you. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate all that has happened right now because it seems like this is probably the best the Pac-12's been since its inception that I can think back to as far as depth. Maybe it's been a little top heavier, but seeing a program like Oregon State and WSU get rolling right now, really in the last 2 years, and then to have this happen to them, that's kind of just a comment. But I wanted to backtrack just to talk when we were talking about players, specifically because we're going to talk about State here. And Rocco Cope, I've noticed he's listed as an athlete there online. What if he's probably getting more serious looks as a quarterback now after the season that he's put forth in comparison to last year? Obviously it's progressed, but what would you see him maybe translating to at the next level?
Yeah, I mean, I look at Rocco and I know his heart's at quarterback, and it's understandable. You play quarterback, you do that position for so many years that that's what you want to play. But I think if you look at how he affects the game and impacts the game, it's not necessarily with his arm, and that's not to say he can't throw. He's obviously a very good passer, but how he impacts the game is running the ball. And, he's got a little bit of a Tim Tebow to his game. And by no means am I saying he's Tim Tebow. I'm saying he's got some Tim Tebow to his game. And what makes him a weapon is he can be an absolute force with the ball in his hands in the open field. And so you look at a guy like that and you wonder, you look at a guy like Jack Coletto, who the former Camas star, who went to Oregon State after stopping at JUCO, and he became, a goal line quarterback and, more wildcat, but he played some linebacker. And so you look at a guy like Rocco and you're like, is he going to be a guy that an offense is designed around? Probably not. But is he going to be used in some packages as a quarterback? Potentially. So why not find more ways to get the ball in his hand and utilize him as maybe more of an H-back or a tight end, because he's athletic enough, right? I would imagine he could catch the ball. I mean, the tight ends are the most athletic guys on the field. As a former tight end myself, I'll say that. But you look at the size, you look at his athleticism, and you think, he's a guy you want to get the ball in his hands and just kind of let him go to work. And so I put him as an athlete because I don't know that at the highest level of where he could play, it would be strictly as a, under center or shotgun quarterback. It's going to be, hey, we'll use him in packages. And I think he could really impact the game with the ball in his hands, but that might be better suited as an H-back. It might be better suited as a tight end or a flexed out Y, where you're getting the ball into his hands and letting his size and his strength and athleticism kind of go to work.
Yeah, he's certainly special with the ball in his hands. I mean, I get the comparison of, like you said, Tim Tebow in his game. Kind of reminds me of like a young Alabama version of Jalen Hurts when he was definitely much more run heavy, but one of the strongest kids on the field by far. Obviously, they have a big run ahead of them. I mean, if we want to segue into the state bracket and kind of how you see some of that shaking out, they drew the 7 seed. Super Ailes, he said, number 1 seed down there at GK in the 4A class. In that class, I guess we can segue into how do you see that bracket shaking out if you had to pick a winner, or 2 teams that you see getting there being carried by some kids in the end?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that bracket, it's certainly going to be wide open in the sense that 2 years ago, I think everybody knew from the get-go. We saw it during that spring COVID season that GK was just operating at another level that spring. So when they got into the fall, it was not a matter of if they won the state championship. It was going to be a matter of who they beat in the state championship game to get there and just how dominant they were going to be. After seeing them in week 1, I think it's clear that they have been the class in 4A, but you start to look back at what Camas has done over the course of this season, and they were the only team outside of Eastside Catholic and Bellevue last year that have given Yelm a game. And I think Yelm, and we'll talk about 3A, but I think Yelm is, certainly geared up for a back-to-back run. And you look back and now you realize, hey, Camas is pretty dang good. And to lose by 1 point after a field goal got blocked, that shows you the kind of level that they're playing at. So, if you look at the top 3 teams in 4A, those have been the 3 teams that have won the last 3 state championships, with Camas in 2019, with Eastside Catholic, I'm sorry, with GK in 2021, and then with Lake Stevens in 2022. So, I mean, it might be just kind of going chalk here, like we do at the NCAA tournament, but I do think it's going to be one of those 3 teams. I've seen Lake Stevens, I've seen GK, I have not seen Camas yet in person, but just kind of knowing that, these 4A Vancouver teams in the last couple of years have been a little bit of a problem. And they may not have a superstar on that team outside of like Carson Auspis, who's going to Washington State, but they've got some talent. But I just look at the depth that Graham Kapowson has. And right now, I mean, I would say I'm not picking a winner, but I'm saying that I think GK is built the best for the deepest run come 4A. At the same time, Colton Madsen would have something to say about that. He did lead his team to a state championship a year ago. The only loss he suffered this year was on the road to the most dominant team in the state of Oregon in West Linn. And he lost to West Linn. They lost to West Linn last year and still won the state championship. And I think we saw the game. I was at the game against Bellevue in week 2. He kind of played like a championship quarterback, like he was coming back, shaking off a rough first half to win that game. So I think Lake Stevens is going to have a word. And I think, with Camas, they're just so good and well coached across the board. They're going to be a threat, but I think it's going to be one of those 3 teams. I don't think it's crazy to think that, I do think it's crazy to think that a team 4A or seeded 4th or lower has enough of the horses to win. But, a school like Eastlake, I mean, how many times have we seen a team that just keeps their head down and kind of sneaks up down the end, and where they had maybe more talented teams in previous years? We saw with Kennedy Catholic last year, making it to the state championship game, where they may have had more talented teams in previous years, but that was the team that ended up winning. I mean, Eastlake might have the word, but I would say right now that I like the top 3 teams between GK, Lake Stevens, and Camas. They've all got either guys that have won state championships on those rosters, or they've got a culture of winning recent state championships. So if I had to pick today, and I hate picking teams in advance because 15 other teams will use this as bulletin board material.
I don't mean to set you up.
I would say that from what I have seen in 4A, I think GK might have the most complete roster that puts them in the best position to win it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just having the targets like they do on offense, it's something that, a lot of high schools dream about, having that many D1 caliber players for a quarterback like Davion to throw to. I agree with you on Camas. I'm right there on the same page. I mean, like you said, not the biggest star power compared to some of the other rosters, but as far as a total team game and the way they've played all year is pretty remarkable. And then Lake Stevens, like you said, Madsen wins it last year. He's obviously taken like that next step towards, because I think last year, you have a guy like Jaden there. He's able to kind of rely on that. What was he, a 4-star recruit going to Oregon? And obviously still has his little brother there to play with him, who just came back, but he's taken that next step towards, that's like his team now. And last year it was probably more Jaden's team, but hard to pick against any of those teams. I think Nick and I probably have at least 2 of those 3 in our final as well. What about you, Nick?
I mean, without spoiling the bracket reveal, I agree with where, Mr. Huffman's coming from in terms of a couple of those teams. Huff, I'm not quite as sold on Camas. I do think that, there's going to be a little bit of a gap between, doing it from week 1 to week 9 or to week 10, to where you see that, just that plethora of teams, that you're always going to be matched up against, that, week in and week out, there's going to be tough games. I'm not saying that Camas has had a soft schedule, because I don't think that at all. Playing Yelm, for instance, in week 1 there's nothing soft about that. But I do think that South Puget Sound and Kingco do harden teams, and they make those double-digit seeds really dangerous. Like I look at Emerald Ridge, a potential 11-3 matchup. I see that game being a challenge for a team like Camas with a great quarterback like Jake Skockle and a good running back in Navari Dixon, and then a good wide receiver in Tony Harst. I think that Emerald Ridge has been that team that, they're missing a couple defensive stops a game. But if they get those defensive stops, they've got the offense that can carry you, especially when you've got fair to decent weather. Do they have the physicality and the run game in a sloshy, fest against the Camas that's really physical and did great holding down a high-powered Yelm offense? Remains to be seen. I think that weather is going to play a little bit of a factor if that's a potential matchup. But so Emerald Ridge and Sumner, if I was looking at two double-digit seeds in the bracket at 11 and 13, those are teams that I kind of like that aren't really going to sneak up on anybody, but they're just as dangerous as anybody.
Well, and I think, another thing to point out is, Mount Si is no pushover. And if you're a 3 seed and you're seeing Mount Si in your bracket at the 14th seed, granted you get the home game, but there's some talent there at Mount Si. They've got some coaches that have, experience going deep. And so that's the crazy thing about this 4A playoff. It's like you look at the teams that are at the top 3 seeds and you kind of figure, okay, they've got the playoff chops, they've got the experience, but there's not really a pushover. I mean, the 10 seed was the runner-up a year ago. The 4 seed has been in the semifinals, I think, 3 times in the last 4 years. So, Skyview, up until their late season loss, was cooking with oil. And so you look at the 4A playoffs, and I saw Emerald Ridge play last Friday night. And, after not even a slow start, I think it was a little bit slower early on. I think you look at Emerald Ridge, and they were in the semis last year. And so there's a lot of teams here that have kind of been built. And that's always the fascinating thing about 4A is it's not like with 3A where you have this kind of the same teams every year. With 4A, you have a group that sometimes those four classes have been together for 4 years, and they've been building for this moment. And, when you have a senior-heavy team in high school football, that's an advantage that even more talented but inexperienced teams can't always overcome it. And so while I did say, those 3 teams were the guys that I thought were probably positioned best, I do think this is maybe the most wide open 4A has been in terms of there could be plenty of teams not in that top 3 seeding that could crack the party.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, from top to bottom, the gap is probably smaller than any of the rest of the classifications. Looking at, say, 1 compared to 16, or like you mentioned, the 14 seeds.
Tyson, if Royal didn't exist in 1A, I would say that 1A is like almost just as competitive, right? In terms of if you go 2 through 9, say 2 through 10 in 1A, I think you have a hard time differentiating who's going to be there with Royal. But until something derails that train, I'm not seeing much of a gap, there between them and number 2. As we say on the show, Brandon, Royal is number 0. It's everybody else after that. So
it's fair. It's Bellevue in the 2000s and the early 2000 teens, where it's like, hey, you're almost just kind of playing for second place until you prove us wrong.
Right. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. 1A. I mean, when you brought it up, let's go from the top to the bottom, and then we can meet in the middle. I have loved like the likes of Nooksack and Kashmir and Royal, obviously, since day one. But obviously, there's not as many recruits in that classification that you might project for the next level. But who do you kind of see maybe making an impact to lead their team, maybe to Husky Stadium on the December 2nd?
Yeah, well, to give you a context, I'm actually going to go see a 1A game on Friday afternoon. I'm heading up to beautiful Whatcom County to go watch Connell against Linden Christian. And, I mentioned it earlier, sometimes you have these teams that are super talented and they graduate guys and then they end up winning the state afterwards. I always think back, like I said, I'm anxious, but I remember the year after Tennessee lost Peyton Manning, they won a national championship with T. Martin. And, you have your most talented teams, but sometimes it's your not as talented teams. Maybe you don't have that star power. So you look at Linden Christian, and, a year ago they had that the horrible injury to Cade Eldridge down the stretch, and then they ended up losing in a play-in game on a Monday and didn't even qualify for the state playoffs. And I think they were top 2 or 3 in the state in 1A for the majority of the year. I think Linden Christian could be kind of that surprise team. They don't have a Cade Eldridge type this year. But you look at a Jeremiah Wright, you look at a Caden Stight, and you look at some of the other guys there. And I mean, it wasn't 2019 where Royal had probably their stiffest test in a 1A championship game was against Linden Christian. And they had to rally, I believe, in like the final 2 minutes. They scored a touchdown after Linden Christian took the lead. Now, granted, all the guys that are on that high school team this year, those guys were in middle school when that happened. But there's been a history there with Linden Christian and Royal. They played in the regular season. I'm interested and I'm intrigued by Linden Christian. I think that even though Cade Eldridge is down in Southern California around those palm trees in 75-degree weather, and it's a lot colder than that up in Linden right now, I think this could be that Linden Christian team that makes a case to potentially be in Husky Stadium in a couple of weeks. And, I think that they're a team that they've got enough, and that's the thing with 1A. Sometimes you don't need a lot of superstar power, but if you have 2 or 3 really good players that can impact the game, that's enough of a difference. And we've seen that with Royal in years past at the quarterback position. So I think Linden Christian might be a dark horse there to keep an eye on here down in these 1A playoffs.
That's been Nick's prediction.
Yeah, I picked them to start the year, and I don't know if I'm going to be man enough to pick them in the brackets challenge. We'll see about how that goes, but I definitely feel like that they are probably one of the most complete teams on both sides of the ball. And it was 7-7 in that game against Royal at home this year before the turnovers just started to become a major issue for LC in the second half. And, Royal was kind of able to get that separation in the second half. And they're such a tough team to come back on. I wanted to scoot back up the ladder again and go back to 3A. So, O'Day ends up getting the 2 after the AP pretty much thinks that they're number 1. And I think that has to do mainly with the fact that the schedule, the RPI or the computer rankings, whatever it was that ultimately got their strength of schedule, I think it was slightly below a 0.4, and they ended up getting behind Yelm. They got a couple of guys in Jason Brown Jr., David Schwarzel, and amongst others. Does O'Day have the team in place this year to win the state championship? They're not going to be overlooked by anybody, but that's the team that I feel has been most projected to make it to the state championship and possibly win it.
Yeah, I mean, I've felt, and this is no disrespect to Eastside Catholic, but I was at the Yelm Eastside Catholic game, and the O'Day Eastside Catholic game, and O'Day manhandled them. It was close, but O'Day put it away. I look at teams that are built for the playoffs. And when you start getting into the stretch run, it's teams that are physical at the point of attack, the teams that are best in the trenches, and the teams that can run the ball. And how many times have we seen in the state of Washington, especially in the last 4 years when we've had the state championship games played in the elements? This isn't the years of the Jake Heaps, the Jacob Eason, those years where you've had the kind of the greatest show on turf. When you get into the Tacoma Dome, when you get to the state championship games and those are being played in icicles, it's the teams that have ran the ball. And I mean, I look back to Camas in 2019. You looked at 2021 when GK won. I mean, Joshua could throw, but Eric Curley went, let's run the ball in the state championship game against Lake Stevens. And then last year, as good as Colton played, when it got down to it, it was hand the ball to Jaden Lamar. And so you look at, and even in 3A, I mean, Eastside Catholic could throw the ball. Brady Mackel here could throw it, but we got into the state championship game. And granted, it was a kind of a fluky pass play that won it, but it was the trenches is where Yelm won it. And I think that's where O'Day is really at their best, is up front. I mean, we've seen a complete rejuvenation from Descendre Papa-Afua this year, the way he's reshaped his body. And you look at their front line with Schrizzle and Fa'asiale and Zach Proctor. And, you look at their secondary with Kai McDonald, who's been able to lock up just about everybody's going up against. And then the jump Jason Brown has taken. I mean, he looks like his freshman Jason Brown again, where he looks explosive up the gut. And, I think that with their ability to run the ball and their ability in the trenches, this is their best chance to win the state championship since they won it in 2017 with Orlando Magic star Paulo Banchero behind center. But, you look at their team that lost in the state championship in 2019. when they lost to Eastside Catholic in that championship game. They didn't really have a lot of elite athletes at the skill position other than Milton Hopkins kind of, doing what he could. But when you got a guy like Jason Brown who can turn the tide of a game with one run up the middle, I think O'Day being there at the two spot is position best. And honestly, I would, this is the one where I don't think it's crazy or hyperbolic to say this, but having seen both of them play, I would be stunned if we don't have a Yelm O'Day championship game in 3 weeks from now. So bulletin board material, if that's what motivates you high school kids, then that's great. But I mean, this is one where 1 and 2 have, in my opinion, looked so much more dominant than everybody else that it would be a shock if they did.
Yeah, definitely there is bulletin board material here on the show, because we had Aiden Brown of Kalama on the show about a month ago, and I'm pretty sure that everybody in the city of Napavine and on that team was watching and rewatching, because that's who they played the next week, and it was like 72-12, and some people on Napavine were on Twitter being like, "Oh, you had Aiden Brown on last week? Okay, great." So yeah, there's definitely some teams out there that somewhat pay attention to what we're doing. We had Coach Ronquillo on last week, and I don't dare say out loud with him as a guest that there might be some people that think that Yelm got a little lucky last year in terms of how they won the game. I mean, I credit it to determination and grit and never stop believing, right? I mean, it's not like that they were outplayed during the game. Circumstances of how the field's conditions were pre-game, with it being iced over on one side, it really just kind of sucked the air out of the championship game. Hopefully Husky Stadium brings a better environment for everybody this year, but I think that Yelm is still very much a really, really good team. I'm with you on that. We didn't even pick them in the last couple of weeks in the games that they were involved in, because we knew how good they were playing and how bad the result was going to be. And I look at teams like Bellevue, Arlington, Kennewick, Eastside Catholic. I mean, does any of them have the gumption this season to crack into that championship game? And if there was one, who do you think it is?
Yeah, I mean, again, we are a Tyson Weaver interception away from talking about Eastside Catholic potentially defending their state championship. I mean, that's how close that game. You mentioned it. You look at the way that game ended, and Tyson Weaver picks that ball off, falls to the ground. That game's over. Eastside Catholic's the defending state champion. And, I'll give it to Eastside Catholic. They have played arguably the toughest schedule in the state this year, going down to Orange Lutheran to play against a Trinity League power. The Trinity League is by far the toughest league in high school football in the United States, with Mater Dei and Bosco and Orange Lutheran. They went down on the road knowing that was going to be a difficult game, and play that game. And, to get shut out was not probably the best thing, but I like the fact that they tested themselves and they played O'Day, and they did lose O'Day, but Eastside Catholic has horses on that team that damn near won them a championship a year ago. And I guarantee you that Tyson Weaver has been sitting here chomping at the bit for 49 weeks, ready to get back out there. So they probably have the most complete roster in 3A outside of O'Day and Yelm. So I think that they could be a team that's going to be, a school that you absolutely have to take seriously. I think Kennewick, and I saw them play last year against Radier Beach in the quarter. I think it was the quarterfinals of the round of 16. And, 2 years ago, they were on the doorstep of winning a state championship. They hung with Bellevue all the way till the end. I mean, Bellevue's got a coach that's won a state championship as a player, as a head coach. They've got plenty of guys on that team. Their quarterback, Lucas Resor, won a state championship 2 years ago, so you can't ignore them. Arlington, I mean, Arlington might be in all of 3A and 4A. They might have done the best job considering the lack of star power that they have, and to do what they have done this season is pretty impressive as well. So, yeah, I mean, 4 through 6 or 3 through 6 has some guys. The one thing that we've noticed with 3A historically is that it's probably the most chalky division in the state. It's almost like if you're not 1 through 3 seed, it's hard to get to the championship game. But this is that year where, the top 2 are probably a little bit of a gap between them and 3 through 6, but 3 through 6 all has reason to think, with recent births in the state championship game, or in the case of Arlington, just like, Arlington's kind of that team that's like, they don't care. They don't give a crap that nobody's respecting. Like, hey, sleep on us all you want. Look what we're doing. So I do think that there's probably 4 teams that could cause some problems, but I just feel that with the style of play, when it gets down to the stretch and the talent, I mean, you're talking about the 2 best players in the state of Washington in 24 with Braden Platt and Jason Brown. And, then there's other guys on their teams, the Papa Afuas, the Kaya McDonald's, the Shrills of the Ciales, and then over at Yelm, Isaiah Patterson's, their monster offensive line. Arlo Henderson, the way he's played in his first year there at Yelm. I go back to it would be a stunner if those 2 teams weren't playing at Husky Stadium. But again, that's why they play the games.
Yeah, team depth on both those teams is just outrageous. I mean, you see the guys that, like you mentioned, those kids from Yelm, and then Arlo transfers in from somewhere in Florida, and then they got like that Onyx Carter kid this year. Certain just names we didn't even talk about last year, but I agree with the gap there. I mean, as far as overall team depth, there's so many dudes on O'Day and Yelm. It's kind of overwhelming. Arlington, they could be last year's Yelm. We knew a little bit more about Yelm's team last year, obviously, with a kid like Platt leading the way and Patterson picking up the offers and whatnot. But the way that they've kind of risen from the ashes to be in the mention of these, we've always called them blue blood programs, at the top of the list, it'd be an exciting opportunity to see that move forward. 2A, we kind of get a chance to see maybe that same injection. You got Tumwater, who's definitely a 2A blue blood. You got Linden down there at the 5th seed, I believe. Obviously, kind of the historical, success, and I think they're 5-2 when facing off in the playoffs. Linden is 5-2 against Tumwater. But then you've got the new players of Anacortes and the Enumclaw and the Highlines. North Kitsap obviously has been there quite a few times. I see a considerable drop off after 1 through 6 in 2A. But, again, to reverberate the same questions, kind of who do you see being propelled there towards the end of it all?
Yeah, I mean, you can never discount Tumwater. I mean, they have been a thorn in the side of every 2A program over the last 20, 30 years. So they've got championship chops. And again, you can't discount Linden. I mean, with their history and success. But, I was at the game and Anacortes played North Kitsap a year ago. And a pretty young Anacortes team, they had a rough game. I think there was, 4 or 5 turnovers in that game. But John McKay, the old USC coach, used to say the best thing about freshmen and sophomores, they become junior and seniors. And sometimes you start to have some success early on, and you maybe aren't equipped for it, and so you suffer an earlier loss than you expect. But then when those guys become juniors and seniors, it burns in their burr. And I look at what Anacortes has done this year, and what a momentum swinging win with the win over Linden. And to give them that confidence down the stretch and going into the playoffs, and to get the number 2 seed there, and to know that they're setting themselves up for a deeper run this year. So I think again, this is one of those divisions where historically it's been pretty chalky. It seems like we've had 900 Tumwater versus Linden state championship games, and before that, you had Prosser in the state championship against Linden, and you've had, even the year where Steilacoom was loaded with the Emeka Egbuka's magical season, you had them. It seems like it's always going to come from the top 3 season. I think that Enumclaw is kind of that little. They're kind of the Arlington or the Eastlake, if you will, of 2A, where it's like, hey, talk about all the other teams. We'll just quietly go about our business, and they're going to be a problem. Highline has some talent there as well. They've got probably one of the best players in all of 2A, and Marquand McCraney. North Kitsap, they were in the state championship game a year ago, so they've been in this far before. And then obviously Linden has plenty of historical state championship chops themselves, but I think looking at the bracket and just kind of looking at the 2 teams that have been playing this year and how well they have playing, I'm kind of fixing for a Tumwater Anacortes championship game.
Yeah, it'd be a heck of a matchup. You got two completely different styles of football. Tumwater, you kind of know what they're doing every single play. They'll rotate in about 10 or 12 running backs throughout the game and come right at you. And Anacortes kind of likes to attack you in a multitude of ways. That's the way I see it playing out, too. I mean, I especially hope it plays out that way, just to get the 1 versus 2 in a, let's put it this way. I just hope the 2A state championship isn't all green and yellow like it has been for so many years in the past. Nick, you want to jump in?
The last couple of times, this year when green and yellow showed up at Husky Stadium, it didn't end that great for them. But if you have green and yellow against green and yellow, it might kind of
someone's losing.
Yeah.
Yep. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier when Lake Stevens played West Lynn. It's like, hey, this is why West Lynn is really good. All right, they have the right colors in high school sports, and in our neck of the woods with Linden and Tumwater. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You're talking about the two winningest 2A programs, over the last 30 years. I mean, they share the most championships together for a reason. They're both very, very good. I think that the 1 seed for Tumwater is absolutely correct, although I don't think that the committee did them any favors by having Linden and potentially North Kitsap playing in that next game. I mean, that the winner of that game is going to, they're going to test Tumwater. We've already seen North Kitsap play them, and we saw how that went at North Kitsap. It was still a 20-point win for Tumwater. But, yeah, if Linden and Tumwater match up, say, in that second round, I mean, that is going to be an absolute war. And whoever comes out of that one, I mean, you might say that they could be a little bit softened up and ripe for the picking if Anacortes ends up getting there. I also think that Highline is very legit, and I don't think that they should be slept on in any capacity. When you mentioned the Ducks, right? They came up to UW. We're running out of time here with you tonight, but I wanted to sneak this in for sure. Why is Washington number 5 right now in the college football playoffs? I mean, that doesn't seem right to me. If everybody is going to say that Oregon is the best 1-loss team in the country, and you beat that team and you're still undefeated, and plus you've got the best strength of schedule, I believe a top 15 compared to all the teams in the top 5. I don't understand how you could have UW behind the likes of Florida State, for instance. Ohio State, they are right there with strength of win. And they have a better strength of schedule, and they have a better victory, although I think at Penn State isn't kind of an equivalent. What say you on that front?
Yeah, I think, I listen to my good buddies at the Solid Verbal, Dan Rubenstein and Ty Hildebrand, a lot, and they talk about playing with your food. And I think Washington's being punished more for the ASU Stanford games than they are given credit for the Oregon game. And I also think that, as impressed the game they had against USC on Saturday, it was still, hey, the takeaway wasn't how dominant Washington's offense was. The takeaway was how bad USC's defense looked. And, Alex Grinch getting fired the next day. So I think because USC has been kind of a whipping boy this year defensively and deservedly so, Washington's win was not given the credit that it should have deserved, because that was a good crowd at the Coliseum on Saturday. And they went down there and they were playing a team that, Lincoln Riley said it. I covered the Cal USC game 2 weeks ago, and Lincoln Riley said at the press conference, I think we had a turning point when we stopped Cal at the goal line, or I'm sorry, at the 50-yard line. Well, yeah, the next series, Cal came down and scored and had a chance to win it with a 2-point conversion. So maybe it was kind of a figment of his imagination. But the point being that USC was coming off those losses to Utah and Notre Dame, so they should have been well. And I don't think that UW gets enough credit for that win. And so I think they're getting punished for ASU and Stanford's games being so close and USC kind of being the trendy whipping boy. But are we going to ignore the fact that Florida State couldn't put Pitt away, that they struggled to put Boston College away? Are we going to ignore the fact that, Ohio State, granted, yes, Ohio State has 2 pretty impressive wins, with the win over Penn State and the win at Notre Dame. But is that Notre Dame win as impressive when you look back and they've lost and got hammered at Louisville and they lost to a mediocre Clemson team? Is that win as impressive as we looked at it? And then obviously Georgia, are we going to ignore the fact that Georgia struggled to beat Auburn on the road, an Auburn team that could not put away an injury-riddled Cal team on the road in week 2. So I think Washington's being punished. It's a recency bias. Washington's being punished for not thoroughly dominating ASU and Stanford like they probably should have and could have. But I think that, we saw it yesterday with the way the rankings come out. We're already starting to see it. And again, we can't ignore what Alabama has done in the last 15 years. But, I mean, Alabama they did lose at home to Texas. And we're already starting to see it. Here comes Alabama. Oh, they might be Georgia, and they should be in the playoffs. Like, is winning the SEC in 2023 really as cool as you think it is? And I think that, the winner of the Pac-12 championship game is going to be in the playoff one way or the other. And I don't think, Michigan and Ohio State are going to eliminate each other if the Big Ten doesn't eliminate one of them first. I think Oregon or Washington will end up in the playoff because I think those two are the clear top 2 teams in the Pac-12. And I think that Washington has that win, but you can sometimes get punished for winning the early game. However, if you look back historically, I think there's only been one time in 7 years where there's been a rematch in the Pac-12 championship game that the team that lost won the championship game. So history would be on Washington's side. I think the only time where the interestingly enough was Oregon, the year they made it to the national championship game. They lost to Arizona in the regular season, then beat them in the Pac-12 championship game. But every other time there's been a rematch, I'm pretty sure that the team that won the regular season game won the Pac-12 championship game. So Washington at least has history on its side there. But again, like we talked about some of the chalk in the 4A, 3A, 2A, I'd be stunned if it's not Oregon and Washington playing in Vegas. And I think the winner there not only gets into the playoff, but I think that they probably end up, even if Oregon beats Washington with one loss and there's a couple other undefeated teams, I think that they're ending up in that 3 spot.
Let's say hypothetically Washington is undefeated going into that game, 12-0. And, Oregon State being at 12 right now, that would mean that Washington gets a win against them. That would mean Oregon gets a win against them as well. And we've already seen a Michigan or an Ohio State, one of those 2 teams lose. And then Georgia takes care of Alabama, issuing them their second loss. If Oregon beat UW in that scenario, could they both still get in?
I don't think so, because if Alabama beats Georgia, let's be honest, the committee is going to put the SEC champion, the 2-time defending national champion who hasn't lost in 2 years in. We all know that this is all playing out to be that same way. So I think the only way you see both teams get in is if Georgia wins the SEC, Florida State suffers some loss between now and the end of the year, and Michigan gets banned.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I like it. All right.
Makes total sense.
Yeah, I know you got to get some stuff going here the rest of the night, Brandon. So we'll let you get out of here. But we do appreciate you spending, upwards of 50 minutes here talking high school sports and a little bit of college as well. It was an absolute pleasure having you on, and look forward to having you back on hopefully next football season.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate your time.
Take care, guys.
Have a good night.
You too. We'll see you.
All right. Well, there we go, Tyson. There's Brandon Huffman, the 24/7 Sports, everybody. And everybody's already following him. The one thing I wanted to ask him, but, we were having such a good time shooting the shit with him that I wonder how many, tags he gets a day on Twitter for kids to film,
I could only imagine. Any and all accolade, pretty much.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So, we got some fans watching of the Beaner brothers, obviously last name Beaner, no relation. But it's cool to see their names mentioned as a couple of guys that are out there fringe offer zone. Both of them 3-star athletes, correct, Tyson?
Yeah, I believe they have Brock projected as a safety, and then Brady is on there as an athlete for the time being right now. Yeah. I'm surprised I think realistically they look at both of them as athletes at this point, but that's the way he's got it projected for now is to where that they look to be at the next level.
Yeah, I did like the fact that he mentioned something about quarterbacks transferring, and how it doesn't always necessarily equate to, going and playing at the next level and such, So, Yeah, I think that there's definitely something to be said about what he was talking about in terms of, if you're going to be a quarterback at the next level, you'll have a pretty good idea by the time you're in junior on whether or not you're going to be getting offers to, some of the bigger schools rather than having to be late bloomers because, you're in a system where there's good quarterback after good quarterback after good quarterback. He mentions a guy at the 4A level in Curtis and Rocco Koch that, might be looked at as kind of that, Swiss Army knife, that Tim Tebow. Although Tim Tebow wasn't really a Swiss Army knife in terms of like where he lined up on the field, he was always lined up at QB, but he could do a lot of different things, So very, very interesting to see that even at the 4A level, with a guy like Rocco Koch who plays in arguably the best league in the state, that he's a guy that could end up being looked at as more of an athlete, more of a guy that is going to do a couple of different things and line up in different areas. So what was your takeaway from having Brandon on?
I mean, wealth and knowledge, it's like, if we had, there's so many other questions I thought I could ask him, but they would kind of just waste time for as much as there was to cover. But, I used to listen to someone like John Clayton, who obviously was much the same way, but in NFL format, as far as his player knowledge, it's like, how often, because it's happened to me now, even in a couple of years, how often do you mistake a name for a kid that was 6 or 7 years ago that have a similar name, like misspeaking like that? Because I can't imagine having 21 years of recruiting and all the different prospects he's covered to filter through in his brain
since 2003 2004, and with a class of Marshawn Lynch and Adrian Peterson. By the way, wow, what a class to evaluate, Yeah. I wonder what he would rate Marshawn Lynch's injury cart driving skills. How many stars does he get for that? Probably a five star.
For not hitting anybody.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, and I love it because he's just like,
yeah, he was like, reminded me of that Bay Area hyphy music. Watching him do that, I think they're like lean and swerve or something like that's pretty much what he had going on.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you again to Brandon Huffman, 24/7 Sports, to come on and talk recruits and talk chalk teams that he likes coming up in the playoffs and starting this weekend. I tell you what, I'm with you in terms of a wealth of knowledge. At no moment during the entire 50 something minutes that we were talking with him did I feel like that there was anything that was shot from the hip. Very well spoken, very well prepared, very knowledgeable, knew exactly, who the big players were. And I love the fact that, he was able to talk about being at some of the games this year and having a chance to, watch some of these teams and throw his 2 cents into the pie and give us an idea about what we're going to eat coming up here over the next 3 weeks or so until we get to that state championship weekend. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be fun to revisit some of those, and see where these kids either maybe project themselves to after a state title run. That can do a lot for a kid's recruitment alone. I go back to the guy hanging above me here, and he started to kind of pop on everybody's radar as a junior, and then went and beat that Bellevue team that we talked about, that was so dominant, and kind of that's really what etched out his legacy as far as becoming what he was. And plenty of opportunity for a lot of kids to do that here just starting this weekend.
Well, I mean, obviously the playoffs is where a guy can carve out his path. There's a lot of teams that we still don't know a tremendous amount about. So, obviously there's some guys for some teams that don't get the exposure over here on the west side where most of the recruits do get the exposure. It would be really interesting to see who's able to carve out a legacy for themselves, like a guy like Carter Kukenboo, your boy from Okanagan. Yeah. He plays at a lower level, lower classification, but has the potential to play a Napa Vine team in the championship game, and could be looking at a guy who could be another one of those physical specimens at the quarterback position who can do a little bit of everything. He might even be like a guy that's a next level, tight end potentially with his size at 6'5". So,
I talked to Brandon a little about that just, off the air about Kukenbu, and that's what he said. He, could project really nicely as a tight end at the next level with that kind of athleticism. That's the big thing, I think, with all the passing camps there are now and all the 7-on-7 in the off season and whatnot. Like you said, if you kind of weren't getting looks at quarterback, as a freshman or sophomore, and it's not like it's impossible to get looks as a late bloomer per se, but if you're an athlete like that, it's like they almost instantly will slot you at a different position. And that's the thing. I think, no matter what, they're typically always finding the best athletes and kind of trying to mold them to what they see fit in the college level. And you even see it happen at the pros with, various different people throughout the years. A Michael Robinson, that was a standout quarterback at Penn State. I think they won a Rose Bowl, and he was kind of a dual threat, do everything guy, and then he gets
fullback in the NFL.
Yeah, crushing faces. Laying guys like Ray Lewis on their butt at fullback. So I think it just shows they're always going to find the best football players overall at the end of the day.
And you know what the thing is, though, is he had to put on a little bit of weight from being a quarterback to becoming a fullback, and he filled out his frame very nicely because he was such a good dual threat for Penn State. He actually had fairly good speed at the college level as a quarterback. Running with the football, and to see how he converted to a fullback, and not only a fullback that could block or carry the ball, but he could also catch the ball out of the backfield. It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, he was a true weapon for the Seahawks there, and the 49ers for that matter. But, always shows that you're never a finished product. Someone could always recreate you in a better image, and you never know what it might turn into.
Yeah, absolute menace out there. All right, guys. Thanks for being with us tonight. Late start getting into kind of our usual routine. We were blessed with the presence of greatness in terms of recruiting in the nation. Brandon Huffman of 24/7. If you guys want to rewatch, it gets started right away, just a couple minutes into the show. And we went for about 52, 53 minutes or so. I am Nick Sisson of N2 Media. That is Tyson McCallum of Recruit Radar Pacific Northwest. Please be involved. Type into the live stream comment section your thoughts, prayers, hopes, dreams, favorite color, questions, as we will dive right in to the playoffs coming up here in just a little bit. First, let's talk about some kids from last week's crossover round that helped get us to this point, Tyson. Because as soon as we get done going over the top athletes, we're going to talk about which teams were absolutely screwed when it came to the seeds, at least on my end, on what I've got to add to that. And then we'll go through the bigger dance bracket, and we'll try to talk intelligently about who we think is the threat to win it all and who are some dark horse teams to look out for. Anything to add before we do that, Tyson?
No, I think I'm ready to roll into some player performances.
All right, well, too bad. I'm going to talk about player performance, actually a team performance. I just want to say real quick, congratulations to the R.A. Long Lumberjills, who just picked up their first state girls soccer win in program history on the road in Civic Stadium in Bellingham, beating Seaholm 3-1. The 11 seed upsets the 6 seed on the road. That sets up an all Greater St. Helens League quarterfinal, Columbia River and R.A. Long. So congratulations to the Jills. Bring it home. All right, let's move on real quick here. Let's start with 4A athletes from last week, and I got Brody Bosick of Richland, a sophomore wide receiver, who helped defeat Eastmont, undefeated Eastmont. So look out for the Richland Bombers. But Bosick has 8 catches for 108 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he had the game-sealing interception in a 51-44 win over Eastmont. I got to tell you, Tyson, before we move on too much further than this was the game that shocked me the most last week. And Eastmont's defense was super good. We've talked about Richland's offense, but we thought stylistically that Eastmont was going to be able to control the game just because of how good their defense has been. totally not the case. Totally wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Woodard's just a gunslinger, and that's the type of game that Eastmont doesn't really want to get into. They obviously like to run the ball, and play defense has been their MO all year. Frankly, I wasn't shocked it was a close game, or maybe even that Richland won, but just that it was so high scoring.
Well, on the other side of the football for Eastmont, Gunnar Peterson, a guy that you've mentioned a couple of times this season, running back, had 277 yards on 33 carries and 3 touchdowns. And, he also went over 100 yards in all 10 games and has the single season scoring rushing mark of 1,711 yards. So one hell of a season for Gunnar Peterson.
Yeah, I think he's also the all-time career rushing leader for Eastmont, having been a starter since he was a freshman. And, one of those kids you hope to see does get picked up by somebody, because he is a through and through running back, toting the ball 25 to 30 times every single game all year, and to produce like that, you kind of feel for a kid who's put in that much work to see his season end.
Yeah, absolutely. One guy who gets to see his season continue on from Skyview High School is Gavin Packer. He's a wide receiver that we've known about going into this year all the way back to last season as well. But he had 5 receptions, 166 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the first half for Skyview in a win over Bethel. He also had a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown to start the second half.
Yeah, heck of a player there. True dynamic, playmaker for them that they didn't have, I don't think, until the Bothell game, I believe, was the first game he played this season, not until about week 3. But a kid that should get plenty of looks.
Yeah, who do you got for some 4A guys we can talk about?
So we'll jump back to Richland. I got 2 more teammates of Brody. Their outstanding quarterback, senior Josh Woodard, 24 of 33 for 299 and 4 touchdowns in that game. That's one of his lower yardages of the season. So despite them scoring 51, it still shows that Eastmont had a pretty tough defense overall. And then they have I believe he's a linebacker for Richland, maybe a linebacker safety type, Cannon Wycombe, 16 tackles in that game. Gunner's running the ball 33 times. Cannon was meeting him on half of those, basically. So anytime a kid has double-digit tackles up in the higher teams, that's worth mentioning. Kid we already have spoken about many times, Colton Matson. Mind you, wasn't the toughest matchup for Lake Stevens this last week, but
you don't say.
Yeah, 19 of 23 for 327 and 5 touchdowns, I believe, at halftime. Pretty unstoppable attack there. A kid that I got to watch last week, and my goodness, he is a human wrecking ball, this kid. Hunter Taylor from Chiawana, their running back. He's got to be about 5'9", probably 210, 215. He was just an absolute load. 37 carries for 240 yards and 4 touchdowns against Moses Lake. Really was the reason they won, because I wasn't aware. DJ Duran is obviously injured, didn't play at all in that game, and I don't think he has the last couple of weeks. Not sure if he does play looking forward. I don't know what the injury would be or what it is or anything of that sort. So if anybody has any information, please do share if you know that he's going to play coming up. See, I did the other Richland kid, a couple Kennedy Catholic kids. Indiana Jones, one of our all-name team players, 28 carries for 100. Yeah, totally. 28 carries for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns, and then had 5 tackles on defense. And then a highly recruited, starting to get pretty highly recruited teammate of him, Derek Coleman Brusa. He's a junior. 3 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, a sack, and a blocked field goal for Kennedy Catholic. He's about a 6'4", 250 DN, somewhere right in that range. Has an older brother that's also a lineman for them. That's a senior. And then my last one is probably the most mentioned name, I would say, in the 4A class over the last 2 years. Jake Skokel, 15 of 18 for 217 yards, 3 touchdowns, carried the ball 6 times for 32 yards and a touchdown using his legs. Frankly, in a fashion something he doesn't do that often.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, he's an absolute warrior at the quarterback position. One of the reasons why I really, really like the chances of Emerald Ridge coming up here in the postseason. So, I mean, we're obviously in the postseason, but, for 3A, I got Juan Pasillas Stanton of Mountain View. He's a junior, and he's an offensive lineman, and he helped the Thunder carry for 333 yards in a win over Edmonds Woodway. He is up for Columbian Athlete of the Week. So Mountain View's a team that, has worked their way into the postseason. It'd be interesting to see kind of where they're at. I think that they're at the 12 seed right now. So that's right? 12 seed?
I think it's
11-6.
11.
11-6. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah, he had a couple teammates in that game that contributed to those 300-plus rushing yards. Porter Drake, you talked about him last week, 20 carries for 238 and 3 touchdowns. And then their quarterback, one of my favorite names probably in the state also, Cash Cook. Cooks for cash, basically. 11 of 18 for 219 and a touchdown, but then carried the ball 14 times for 83 yards and 2 touchdowns. So pretty
cash
good.
Money.
Yeah. Definitely. Do you have some more 3A, or should I move on to a different team?
No, keep spitballing. You're good.
All right. Auburn Riverside at running back and linebacker. Bear with me. Thairu Umi Tuatu. It's a mouthful, but I think I get the point across. 13 tackles, 20 carries for 102 yards and 2 touchdowns. Some Westco players, Jake Willis from Arlington, 8 catches for 156 yards and a touchdown. Mr. Ferndale, Connor Welker, 14 carries for $125 and 2 touchdowns. And then I have some GS. Oh, then this is kind of like a team award. Garfield's defense overall.
Yeah. Oh man.
They held your Kelso.
Oh, don't talk about it.
23 yards of offense in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know if there was any first downs involved or not.
No. There was a first down. Yeah, because our longest
there?
play was a 20-yard pass, and we got a first down. Yeah. Come
Man.
on. Don't sell us short.
Broken coverage for 20 yards.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Poor Kelso. That's probably Garfield's best performance. To do that to anybody is amazing. And then I have some GSL guys, but I didn't want to, if you have, I thought you said you had something there. I don't want to interfere.
No,
so.
I just got Carson Northcutt of Woodland. He's kind of been, I won't say filling in, but Elijah Anderson has been kind of on the mend since the Mark Morris game, but he's a sophomore. He's filling out very nicely in the Northcutt family. 51 yards, a touchdown, caught 3 balls for 63 yards and a touchdown in a 33-8 win over Rochester. And, I believe it's Keaton Northcutt was his older brother. I could be wrong about brother or not, because could be relatives, but I'm assuming they both run north and south very well, and they also cut very well. So I'm assuming that they're brothers. So, also you can, look at Tumwater. I mean, as a whole, they have just carved up so many yards on the ground. They've got 6 running backs that are averaging like 10 yards a carry this season. So, I mean, I'd have to get all their names, but my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, they just rotate them in and out. One takes a hit and they stick the next one in. I don't want to backtrack too much, but I said GSL. I think you thought I meant GSHL at first, but
no, I just said it.
Okay. Hey, 3A, 2 teammates from 2 different teams that are all, these are teams that are going to be competing this weekend. From Mount Spokane, Bodie Gardner, one of my favorites as far as two-way players go. 7 catches for $127 and a touchdown, and then his stablemate's the wrong word because they're wide receivers, but sharing the same position as him, Tristan Olson, 6 catches for 117 yards, and then he punched the ball in on 2 rushing touchdowns in their 27-0 win over Roosevelt. And then Ridgeline, probably the sneakiest team in 3A, I think, in this bracket because nobody knows anything about them. 3rd year of the program. They've got a junior wide receiver by the name of Braden Allen that is now the career all-times reception and yardage leader in the Greater Spokane League. Had 127 yards and a touchdown and 2 interceptions in their win over Seattle Prep this last week. And then he's got a teammate by the name of Cole LeGrant, 14 catches for 113 yards and 2 touchdowns. So 3rd-year program, brand new school. You can't help but not root for a team like that here coming up to maybe make some more noise. But just wanted to wrap up those 3A guys because Spokane is Idaho to most of our listeners. So, and a lot of the colleges in that region. I was once told by a player last year that Eastern has outright said that they will never recruit a Spokane area quarterback. And for that, I don't know why, but anyways, got to throw a little.
What a bunch of losers.
City. Yeah, I thought that was pretty lame. Right out your back door. That's a pretty biased take to have. That's for, or non-bias, I guess I should say. They're not homers, that's for sure.
No, they're not at all.
You got more 2A or?
Yeah, I got one from Justin Domashevitz, who continues to just send us athletes throughout the season. Appreciate it, Justin. From Aberdeen in a loss, Aiden Watkins, one of our former interviewees, had 20 carries, 123 yards, and 3 touchdowns in a 35-21 loss to Washougal. Tough game there, but Aberdeen was in that game for the entire way. 14 points on the spread at the end, but they had the lead a couple times in the game. So I mean, good showing there for Aberdeen in the loss.
Yeah, definitely. That was a pretty good game overall. I listened to a little bit of Justin's podcast this last week, and the guy that's on there with him, forgive me for not remembering your name, but he was saying he thought Aberdeen was actually the better team in that game, watching that game play out. But final result did not reflect that. I have 2 individuals and then 3 teammates of 4 kids that will be playing this next week. Diesel Wilkinson, one of the most underrated, probably top-tier athletes we have in our state. For East Valley of Spokane, 17 carries for 288 yards and 3 touchdowns, and then also had 8 catches for 115 yards and a touchdown. So over 400 yards of total offense. Committed to Idaho. Idaho's pulling in some players. I mean,
him and B.
Yeah, and Tony Harsh too for Emerald Ridge. They've really done a great job here in Washington recruiting. And then Ronan Rasmussen, a Highline, 7 of 9 for 221 and 4 touchdowns in that game. About as high production as you could ask for on that many attempts. And then the 3 teammates are all from Bremerton. Jalen Little Raven Oliver, 7 tackles, a tackle for loss, had 16 carries for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then his stablemate Oliver Christian, another 2-way standout player, 15 carries for 131 yards and a touchdown. But then on defense, contributed 8 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 interception, and 1 fumble recovery. And then this kid, I believe, is an offensive defensive lineman, James Penatusi, 6 tackles, 2 TFLs, and 2 sacks in Bremerton's big win last week. But they've got a tough one here coming up, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of teams with tough ones coming up this week. Moving down to 1A for one of the teams that I feel got snubbed big time. Montesano's Gabe Bodwell doesn't bode well for others. 9 carries, 105 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. He has over 1,200 rushing yards on the season, averaging 9 yards per carry and 20 touchdowns on the season. We talked about Mr. Bodwell quite a lot each week this season. Montesano's got a good one there. And other 1A athletes worth mentioning for La Center, Jalen Ward, a senior running back, had 109 yards on 8 carries and had a touchdown and a win over Elma. And then for Seton Catholic, Riker Ruelas, a junior, had 3 catches for 46 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he also had a kickoff return for a touchdown in a win over Tenino.
Solid performances. 2 teammates from Cascade Christian. One I've talked about, one is new to me. Jack Tangen, I believe, took over at quarterback for them last week. I don't know, it didn't look like he'd played it the rest of the year. 13 of 15 for 146 yards, carried it 22 times for 238 and 3 touchdowns, and then had a tackle and a fumble recovery. And they must have ran the crap out of the ball in this game because he had 22 carries. And then teammate Bison Vasquez with 26 carries for 127 yards and 4 touchdowns. I think they beat Wakayakum like 62-16, if I remember. Yeah. So 7 touchdowns between those 2 kids and, 350 yards rushing on 48 attempts. But Bison also had 7 catches for 70 yards, 60 return yards, and then 8 tackles and 2 interceptions in that game last week. Quite an all-around performance. From Toppenish, Caden Kintner, 6 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 sacks in their victory over Walouk. Kai Nation from Eatonville, 1 of 1 passing for 38 yards and a touchdown, 6 catches for 41 yards and a touchdown. Kind of their do-it-all guy down there in Eatonville. Was last year too, and probably one of their biggest mainstays that's on this team, playoff team this year. And then 2A, I think, or 1A, I believe he got NWC MVP like we all thought. Colton Lentz, 8 carries for 178 yards and 3 touchdowns in their shellacking of Granite Falls. They scored on touchdowns on their first 7 drives of the game.
Yeah, that's good. I don't have anybody else. I've
got 3 teammates for 2B, and that's it for me.
I had for Liberty Bell in 1B, Lucian Paz, new starting quarterback, 12 of 13, 152 yards and 5 touchdowns. And he had 113 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns in a 98-18 win over Republic. Yikes.
Yeah. We should have just gone for 2 and put up the extra 100.
How do you know they didn't to get to 98?
It's a good question. There's not much reporting on those types of games, that's for sure. Yeah, I think that's the highest score we've seen all year. I thought some of those Chief Lishai games were crazy. My 3 teammates, if you don't have anything for 2B, all Riverview players. Carson Rawlings, 12, which that's not because I'm biased to Riverview. It's because all you 2B coaches don't put your stats online. So I'm going to blame everybody else for not giving anybody else attention on this one. But Carson Rawlings, 12 carries, 94 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 4 tackles. Austin Eckhart, 9 tackles and an interception. And Nate Clinton, a defensive and offensive lineman, 7 tackles and an interception for Riverview. So shout out to Chris Welch for continuing to put his kids' stats online all year.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I got, man. That's it's starting to dwindle down. Pretty soon we're going to be running out of different athletes to be talking about because the teams are going to start to, get eliminated. It's a good time to segue into the playoffs here and talk about what's upcoming this week. Got anything you want to get off your chest here about this whole playoff bracket before we dive into it, or should we just take it inch by inch, little by little?
I'd say little by little. I mean, the one thing that I would gripe about the most collectively between all of the brackets would be in, is it 4A or 3A? Now I'm looking and trying to figure where it was I saw this, but oh yeah, it's 4A. At the bottom right, you got 3 Eastern Washington teams all in the same section of the bracket, and the only one that's not is Kamiakin up there in the top left. But basically, you're going to go from having Chiawana, Gonzaga Prep, and Richland represented, to essentially at most 2 of those teams could make it out if one of them was to beat GK along the way. But just I thought that was kind of a poor. If you're going to seed them geographically like that in that classification, they should have maybe done it and crossed all of them. I know they're different committees, but just hate to see one portion of the state kind of all represented in the same without a chance to spread out a bit.
Well, I want to go from 2B up the ladder. So I want to go 2B
Sounds
to
good.
1A, 2A, 3A, 4A finishing here. And we got questions in the live stream chat. We're going to answer them as we go. So far, there's nothing to do with 2B, but I'll create some controversy here real quick for everybody. So, all right, in case you were living under a rock, right, and you didn't realize what was going on this season, Napavine actually lost a game this year. They lost to 1A Linden Christian 47-6. They still get the number 1 seed, as I mentioned earlier this year, Tyson, that was still very much in play because they obliterated everybody that they played down the stretch. They convinced the committee that they are worthy of the number 1 seed. That means Okanagan is the number 2. And you want to talk about the Spokane teams on the same side of the bracket. You got Northwest Christian at 3. By the way, I don't really consider Okanagan a Spokane team. They're just an Eastern Washington team. And then here's the biggest piece of controversy here for me. At number 4, you got Onalaska. And then Kalama at 5. Toledo at 6. Goldendale at 7. Riverview at 8. Asotin at 9. Brewster at 10. Tri-Cities Prep at 11. And then Friday Harbor at 12. To me, I don't understand for the life of me how Onalaska got the 4 seed over Kalama. These 2 teams played this year. They played each other, and Kalama beat them. And Kalama's 2 of their 3 losses are to the undefeated La Center Wildcats, and then the Greater St. Helens League 2A champion Woodland Beavers, and then they lost to Napavine, which everybody lost to Napavine except Linden Christian. Tyson, make it make sense. How is Onalaska ahead of Kalama?
No idea. I mean, it's almost like they didn't look at who they played and just looked at their record and where they're from. It's like I would argue that, Kalama definitely deserves to be over Onalaska. But if you're going to base it off of, like, say, record per se, I mean, shoot, you can throw Goldendale up there above them. Only being a 1-loss team with it being to Seton Catholic, it's like, yeah, I don't have a logic. I don't think there was much logic in that room. I can't give you a logical answer.
To me, it seems like that there's just something there that's like not out of that room for people to know about, right? Like there's got to be something that they just don't like about Kalama being in that 4 spot, and I don't know why. It's not. I mean, it's not like they're being avoided here, Like I don't think that pushing them from 4 to 5 is that big of a difference, other than they don't have home field advantage in a potential matchup with Onalaska. And
got to play an extra game now.
Well, yeah, that too. You have to play an extra game. I think playing each week might actually be better in terms of getting yourself going and moving in the right direction. I don't know how much the bye week really helps. I mean, other than getting healthy,
Right.
Kalama's been trying to get healthy over the last few weeks, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. And, even though I'm not in the room and not on the committee, I would love to find out what the real reasoning is here. Because if you're going to say that they lost 3 games and that's the reason why, look who they're losing to.
Yeah.
I mean, and why does head-to-head not matter here in this situation? Like, we all thought, everybody collectively that wasn't in that room thought that Kalama was going to be higher than the likes of Toledo and Onalaska. So it's like they're above Toledo, but only by one spot. And
Right.
Onalaska, I mean, those teams played each other, and Kalama's 2-0 against them. You know, Kalama beat the number 4, and they beat the number 6. So I just don't get it at all. Going through my bracket challenge here, enough, hatred on the seeds here for Kalama and Onalaska.
Oh, I was just going to interject. They must have based it off of the 70-12 result against Napavine and Onalaska, putting up the fight of 58-14. That's all I could contribute to the possible understanding of why it came out that way.
Well, I mean, you got Okanagan here, getting screwed. They didn't lose a game all year. They beat everybody that they played, and they're at number 2.
It's dominated everybody they played all year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Kalama, you look at it from that standpoint that, hey, at least you don't have to make a trip all the way to the northeast corner of the state of Washington, to go play a football game potentially. But still, you'd like to be at home for that, that matchup with potentially Onalaska if you're beaten. We're looking past the first round, but spoiler alert, I've got Kalama beating Friday Harbor. So I just don't understand it for the life of me. But just going through my bracket, I've got Napavine and Okanagan in the championship, and I've got Napavine winning it. So that's who's in my bracket at least. And I actually don't even have an upset until the Kalama Onalaska game. I do think Kalama will win that game just because of how charged up they're going to be. Feeling that they got snubbed, that they already have a win against Onalaska this year. So it sets up Napavine, Kalama in the semis in one half, and then Northwest Christian of Colbert and Okanagan in the other half. And I think that'll be a very, very, very good game, but I got Okanagan coming out of it.
Yeah, the way Northwest Christian has beat some teams down the stretch, it's like Napavine-esque. I mean, 76-0, 77-0. I think on 2 different occasions. And, I guess you could – who says that Okanagan doesn't beat teams like that? Maybe they were easing off the gas pedal a little sooner than Northwest Christian was without being there. You don't know. But when I was picking that game, I was like, man, Northwest Christian, I think maybe more than any other undefeated team in the entire state, with the exception of like an Arlington, not really knowing who they are as much as like we do Okanagan and Napavine. Well, Napavine's not undefeated, but they could be the gigantic dark. I mean, who says they're not as good as Napavine or better and come into that game and beat Okanagan? But ultimately, because of not having to eat my own words already at this point in the season, I had to take Okanagan in that matchup, and I rode Okanagan to the finish line.
I like it. You got the balls to stick with them.
Have to.
I mean, I picked Napavine to start the year, so I mean, I'm not going to go away from that right now. So I got a message here on the live stream chat about a committee member on the slow pitch softball team. So we'll see about that. Tyson, you're a T on the camera. What'd you do? Now you're muted too. I can't hear you.
I reached for my water bottle and I accidentally pulled the USB camera right out of the plug.
Yeah, it looks like I got an off-the-record conversation to have here. So bad things are going to be said about committee members on slow pitch softball, it sounds like. No, just kidding, Josh.
Well, I'll fall back to the theory that I shared last year when we talked with Matt Evans and things got a little combative. I think the whole problem with the committee process, and Matt even kind of spoke on it a little bit there on Justin's podcast this week. You get typically, I think everybody's trying to do the right thing at those things, but you may get one or two people that may have some, say the league representative of Kalama's league and Ani's league was more of an Ani fan in that situation. That's what can swing it all together. And I almost, it's almost, I don't have a solution for how they want to seed everything, and not that the AP is perfect, but at least you're taking a larger sample size of opinions and averaging them out, over, say, a group of 6 or 10 people or however many people are in that room. You obviously are going to get a more true assessment the more people you survey, per se. And I don't know. I don't want to get into the whole how do we revamp the system talk because it's kind of an endless loop, but I figure that has a lot to play into it.
Well, the truth is, Tyson, is that you're going to get some people that genuinely do watch a lot of football and see a lot of teams and can probably intelligently gauge, who's going to be the best fit for the right seed and, so on and so forth. And resume can help out a lot. And I think it's great to use all the data available. I think computer rankings can help out a lot. But, the truth is that, there's never going to be a perfect system, but there's got to be a consistent criteria. And what I mean by consistent criteria, I've got something in 2A that going back to last season, going to this season, just does not make an ounce of sense. And there's always going to be people who've got their knee pads out that are going to sit there and tell you, oh, this system is so good. It's so much better than what it used to be. It's like, clearly there's still some stuff that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like Goldendale, for instance, doesn't lose a 2B game, right? I mean, and they lose to Seton Catholic by what? Very little. What?
2.
I can't.
32 to 30.
So, I mean, and Seton Catholic is shit on as a 12 seed in 1A. 1A is pretty deep, but there's plenty of people who have their allegiances to where they want certain teams. And the other thing too is positioning. Like how can you position the teams in your area to have the best opportunity of getting to a championship game, to having a chance to hoist the state championship trophy, So I'm not on the committee, so I'm not going to pretend like I know what goes on behind closed doors, but the trends don't make sense and the inconsistencies from year to year also don't make sense. And I have no idea what world we live in to where head-to-head doesn't matter, So if you got Kalama that lost 1 2B game all year long and it's to the number 1 seed, and then they beat the team that's at 4th, and then they beat the team that's at 6th, it seems like that there's some underlying stuff that is going into the thought process on why they shouldn't be there. Because in terms of playing the game on the football field, they check the boxes. I don't understand it. So
same with like you said, Goldendale Riverview's another one. I mean, they gave Northwest Christian their best game all year. It was still a 20-point game, but only loss. And like I said, we don't. There is no barometer to judge whether or not Northwest Christian is as good as, say, Napavine or Okanagan, but you kind of have to look at the results played out on the field and assume that they're pretty dang close.
It's just inconsistent. It's consistently inconsistent. Yeah. That's all I'll say. So I got Napavine. You got Okanagan.
Yep.
Let's move
Sticking
on.
to it.
Let's move on. Let's move the F on. 1A. All right. So, again, right? Like, I just don't quite understand the logic here behind some of this stuff and where some of these teams end up. Obviously, with Royal being at 1, I'm okay with it. That's obviously the correct seed. Lakeside at 2, I actually think that's, reasonable. I'm not going to sit here and poo-poo that spot right there. Here's where I get a little bit upset. At 3 is Linden Christian, not Kings. And at 4 is Kashmir, not Kings. So I don't understand how Kings slides all the way to 5. They've got arguably the best win in 1A because they beat Nooksack by 2. Linden Christian only beat them by 1. So obviously you got to give Kings a lot of credit. They beat Cascade Christian. They beat Granite Falls, as well as Nooksack Valley beat Granite Falls, So, all Kings has done is win all of their games. Yet somehow they're behind a 2-loss champion from the Northwest Conference who didn't have to cross over. I don't understand that. I do think Linden Christian is a high seed, and I probably wouldn't argue with you if you want to tell me they're the third best team. I think they're right there in the conversation, and then you got Kashmir above them as well. I'll stop right there and I'll let you jump in. I just don't understand that at all.
Yeah, I mean, when they must be looking at those Kings wins over Nooksack and Cascade Christian and almost scoffing at that there were only 2-point wins in each one, because you look at Royal beat Linden Christian 28-7 on the road. And then you go down to that's correct, right?
Lakeside beat Linden Christian in the first week of the year, and they're only one seed right behind them.
Right. So you're saying that Linden Christian's those 2 losses qualifies them to be third, despite Kings beating a team like Nooksack and a team like Cascade Christian. I guess I don't know. I just don't know how you qualify a team that has those losses higher than a team that's unbeaten, that has beaten similar opponents in, like, say, a Nooksack or a Cascade Christian, obviously 2 playoff football teams. I believe they played Life Christian also. I might be wrong about that one, but honestly, if you're going to look at quality of wins and resume, I'd probably, as much as I like Kashmir, I'd probably bump them down and bump Kings up, say at 3. And then then I suppose, you could put Linden Christian above a Kashmir based on quality of resume. But Montesano in the center down at 7 and 8. Yeah, I think that's fair. Might disagree. I mean, I would say their resumes are probably pretty similar to, like, Kashmir overall in terms of, the teams that they've played. But the problem I have with Kashmir at 4-2 is I thought you didn't want to reschedule. You didn't want to schedule rematches, especially in round 1. And here we are with a rematch of Toppenish versus Kashmir, where if you would have just changed up 1 seed, we could have had a more interesting game and being put forth in front of us.
I mean, this goes back to a couple weeks ago when we were talking about where do you actually rank Nooksack Valley? Where do you actually rank Linden Christian on the football field against the opponent that they're going to play? Would I pick Linden Christian and Nooksack over a Montesano in a head-to-head game? Probably yes, I would. But in terms of this season and the resume that they've compiled by winning every game they've played, winning their league championship, beating every team in their league via shutout, in Montesano, like, I ask you, Tyson, what is the point? I want to swear right now. What is the point of having a league? If you're punished for beating on the teams in your league, why are we doing this? Why don't you just give everybody an independent slab and then you just take the teams that you think are good, right? Because it can't just be for an automatic spot to get in, because that's obviously not good enough. You shut out every team. You beat every team pretty much by running clock. That includes Aberdeen. They scheduled Black Hills, a team that was in the 2A round of 16 last year. They scheduled Shelton. They scheduled Castle Rock, that was supposed to be better, but had their best player get hurt in the first week of the year, or first game of the year against Ari Long. So what's the point? Like, if Linden Christian could schedule tough games and lose 2 of them and still be ranked ahead of them, and then Montesano's the 7, like, Nooksack Valley's ahead of them, the 2-loss second-place team. Like, I have no problem if you think behind closed doors in a head-to-head matchup, if you're betting your money, I have no problem if you think Nooksack's better. Make them prove it by going on the road and beating them on the road, or having them seated below you. Make them prove it that they're better. Don't just freaking gift them the seed because you think that they might be better. Shit, Tyson, I might think that a 2-loss or 3-loss Alabama is better than an undefeated Pac-12 team some years in college football. That doesn't mean I'm going to reward them just because I think that they're better. They should have won their league. They should have done something to deserve to be there. You don't just put them there because you think that they're better. I can care less if they are better. I can care less if they win the game 56-0. What is the point of having a team go literally undefeated and not give up a point? Last year, everybody thought that the 1A EVCO was the greatest league in the history of leagues other than the Northwest 1A because of Tenino, Montesano, and Eatonville, all with good teams. So I just don't understand what the point is.
Yeah, I almost feel like league championships got to mean a little bit more. I think it's wrong to almost have a league champion even have to play a crossover game. First of all, it really, whether it's a good matchup and maybe their season ends sooner than they probably deserve, or say it's a matchup like last week, like we had with GK and Kamiak. It's like, what is the point? You almost got to take all the league champions, rank them how you see fit in terms of 1 through, say, 9 in 1A, I believe, with there being 9 leagues. And then everybody else that's not a league champion, seed that group accordingly afterwards below those first 9 league champions. Because you got to be – even that, you got one who's getting left out in the dark and has to play on the road in week 1. But
there's just no point to having leagues if you're not rewarded for winning it in the most dominant fashion possible. Like, it's not their fault. What are they supposed to do? Drop their league schedule and go lose games to teams that because it's going to improve what? Their quality of loss? Like I saw somebody comment that says they should have played Tumwater if they wanted to have a good RPI. Are you fucking joking? Like that's your solution? Go get beat 49-7 and that's going to help you somehow? Like there's still a huge gap between like the number 1 2A team and the number 1 1A team. Shit, we just saw what the gap was between Napavine and Linden Christian. It was 47-6.
Yeah. I mean, well, and then you look at like in situations where a team did schedule tough non-conference, but may have a poor league, like looking at 2A, just a brief preview, but Highline. I mean, I got into a conversation with a guy on Twitter about it. Old coach of Lakewood, Dan Teeter. It's like, what can a team like that do beyond dominating their league for multiple years in a row besides schedule a tough non-league opponent or multiple? And, Highline, I don't want to get too far into 2A, but just kind of to compare a lateral here.
Yeah.
You play a tough game, a beyond tough game against a team that was a runner-up in the state championship, 2 classifications higher than you last year, lose by a touchdown, and then the argument's, well, they scored 23 in the fourth quarter. Well, Kennedy Catholic scored 23 in the third quarter. And so did they put in their JV in that game in the fourth quarter to allow Highline to come back? Doesn't matter. Either way, they scheduled those games. They dominate their league. So like you said, say Montesano schedules, a North Kitsap, and it's a 14-point game. Is that going to be what they have to do to propel them to a higher realm? I mean, I think how they came to the conclusion somewhat makes sense in a way when you compare, like, okay, well, look, we know that La Center and Nooksack Valley played some similar teams, and what were the outcomes of those games? Well, Nooksack had the bigger point of margin of victory in those games. But like you said, league championship needs to be more. It's kind of at the point now where a league championship ultimately seriously only is bragging rights, and it doesn't carry any weight going into the state tournament. And shoot, what's the point? Why not play for second place if it really doesn't matter? You could rest some kids down the stretch and, not have to, if the league title isn't that important, because at the end of the day, if you win your league title and, get a tough matchup in the first round and get bounced, nobody remembers you even won the league title or cares at that point. It's it's a shame, really.
Well, what really pisses me off is that you can have a team go undefeated and win their league, and they're behind a second place team with 2 losses. You know, like I just, yeah, I don't. Everybody's like Nooksack Valley beat Mountain View, who's only lost 1 game all year long. Okay, yeah, that is true, right? They did win that game, and they were within a field goal of potentially beating Kings, right? And they lost by 1 to Linden Christian. Yes, I get all of that. The point is, it doesn't matter if you just to steal a line from Dom Toretto, from Fast and the Furious. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. And if you're not winning those games, don't tell me that a team like Montesano, a team like La Center even, doesn't deserve to be seated ahead of them. Again, I don't care how it plays out on the field. I could care less. Will I bet my house on Nooksack Valley in those games? Yes, absolutely. I'll be living on the street if Montesano ends up winning that game. But that doesn't mean that they don't deserve to. They haven't earned the right to play the game close to their stadium or at home or at a neighbor's house. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't. It has no bearing on it. And everyone wants to sit here and tell you that Highline, they didn't play a tough schedule. They scheduled Rainier Beach in week 1, all right? A perennial playoff team in the 3A classification. And yeah, they catch them in a down year. And guess, Rainier Beach isn't really that good. Rainier Beach beats the shit out of a lot of 2A and 1A teams still, all right? So I don't want to hear about how they're not good. The Kennedy Catholic games, they lost, right? That's what everybody expected them to do. The year before they lost, 45-6?
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear it. There's do away with leagues. Make everybody independent. I'm going to keep ranting about this because, we stopped it at halfway through here, right? And I can barely – how is Kings 5? How are they 5? If Nooksack Valley is your 6 and they beat them, I don't understand. They beat them 2 years in a row. They beat them at their house. They beat them at home the last 2 seasons, and they're 5th. You got a 2-loss league champion over a team that's – Justin Domashevitz. King should be 2, maybe 3 at the absolute worst. I'm okay with Lakeside being at 2. If you value beating Linden Christian that much, sure, I got no issue. Put them at 2, right? It's still going to be a 2-3 matchup. So I don't care either way. Let's keep moving on. Sorry, everybody. I'm so worked up about the inconsistencies here, but all right, Nooksack gets 6. 7 seed, Montesano, hosed. 8 seed, La Center, hosed. 9 seed, OMAC, not hosed. Very good 9 seed. Tough 9 seed.
Actually,
10.
probably an overseeded 9 seed if we're going to talk. What are they, a 4-loss team?
Yeah, they got hot at the right time, and they're beating tough teams. And they had a tough – they lost to Okanagan, right, and Royal.
They got blown out by Okanagan, but Kashmir and Okanagan, I don't think they played Royal this year. But beat Cascade Christian.
Yeah. Then at the 11, you got Cascade Christian. At 12, Seton Catholic. At 13 –
hosed.
Yeah, at 13, you got Toppenish. I can't believe that Seton Catholic is just 1 spot above Toppenish. At 14, Cannell, a team that La Center beat. 15 Life, 15 Life Christian, and then 16 Eatonville that just barely beat Castle Rock. That same team that Montesano shut out in Eatonville, by the way. So there's your top 16. Oh boy. Where do you want to start? I got to calm down for a second here.
Well, I think it's most of these games, I think it's pretty easy to eat chalk. Cascade Christian could actually be a pretty good matchup against Nooksack. Obviously, they both lost to Kings by 2. So that's kind of interesting. I wanted to tell Brandon, Connell might not be equipped to beat Linden Christian this year, but go look at Coach Scott Forsyth's 6th grader and see some of the film of him playing. He looks like a sophomore in high school out there, but just a fun little tidbit. Scott's a pretty good follow on Twitter if you're on there. Freeman Montesano, I think that's not as close of a game as some people are probably going to give it credit for. Freeman's a tough team, but they're not the Freeman of last year, which I think some people probably think, oh, it's Freeman. They're going to be – well, they lost Bowen Phelps to Boise State, and he was Mr. Do Everything for them, really set the tone. Could be a better game than it looks like on paper, but Montesano, I'll take them 99% of the time in that matchup in a simulation. Lakeside Life Christian, don't think that's going to be much of a game, especially traveling that far. Seton Catholic and Kings actually could be pretty sneaky in a way, and Kings obviously has the I would say pedigree in terms of the total strength of their schedule. But Seton Catholic obviously has played some good teams this year. La Center dropping down that game against Goldendale. We've seen Kashmir and Toppenish. I think it was 28-0. OMAC and La Center is going to be ultimately, I think, the best games on this slate are OMAC and La Center, Seton Catholic, Kings, and Cascade Christian Nooksack. As far as tightest games,
La Center at 8, yeah, that's what we're looking at here. A team that beat like a champion of the 2B CBL West or whatever in Kalama. They beat Woodland, who league champion. They beat Cannell. They beat Mount Baker, your favorite team. They beat Seton Catholic.
Favorite is they're your favorite. You picked them last year.
I think La Center has done a pretty good job this year of winning the games that are on their schedule. I think what hurts them the most is that, comparatively speaking, Mount Baker got beat by a lot more by Linden Christian. They got beat by a lot more by Nooksack Valley. And they also barely beat Seton Catholic. In fact, they were down 13-0 in the fourth quarter before coming back and winning that game. It was on the road. A road win is nice. And then if you look at the way that they played last week against Elma, comparatively speaking, Montesano shut Elma out completely. So I think that Montesano should be ranked above La Center, but I don't think that 7 and 8 is where those rankings should occur personally. But for the sake of moving on through the first round, I mean, obviously I've got Royal over Eatonville. I've got Kings over Seton Catholic. I feel like that Kings is just going to have an absolute boulder on their shoulder. I got Kashmir over Toppenish. I got Linden Christian over Cannell. I got Nooksack Valley over Cascade Christian. I've got Montesano over Freeman, and then I've got Lakeside over Life Christian.
So all the higher seeds.
Oh, I left one off.
Royal and Eatonville? Who's that?
I left one off intentionally to cliffhang. How did it work?
I'm hanging by a thread because I can't think of what game you just left off. I thought you just named every single one.
I got OMAC on the road over La Center.
Okay, yeah, we went from talking to La Center to not covering the matchup. Yeah.
I think that if you just go off of the years past for La Center, they've had some good teams, that have been projected to win some games in the tournament. Not necessarily win the state tournament, but win some games there. Last season, for instance, they went on the road. They beat Mount Baker, a team that got hot late and ended up going all the way to the championship game. Yeah, La Center kind of got a few onside kicks on the road to win it, but they still came back and won the game. And then they get upset at home against Kashmir, a team that I think is super good this year, by the way. I just think it's a battle of the unknowns with these two teams and two programs. And I think OMAC is hot at the right time, and they've compiled themselves a pretty tough schedule overall. And ultimately, I just feel like that's going to propel them. I mean, La Center, to me, over the last few years, just hasn't proven it. And, to spare rooting interest here in this game, I'd like to see La Center break through and have a chance to see what it is to take on like a number one team in 1A in Royal. I I'm ultimately having a lot of hesitancy taking Le Center, so I'm going with OMAC in that game.
I like it. I think I have the same upset without pulling out my bracket, but do you want me to say what my championship matchup is?
Yeah.
So obviously it was Okanagan and Royal for me in 2B, but Justin's calling you out. It's
I'm right. But I'm right,
Justin. You got to drop the C there, Justin. I'm gonna be the geographical. What do you call it?
Homer.
Autocorrector, I suppose. That's not the word I was looking for.
That's called spelling.
Yeah,
grammatical.
Grammar Nazi, right? Yeah.
Yeah, easy there.
That's the that's the term I was looking for. Ultimately, my title matchup is Nooksack versus Kashmir. I'm taking Kashmir to beat Royal.
Oh my God.
They got a lot of size. They're really physical, but and that kind of stems from preseason biases for me. Despite what's been put on the table by some of these other teams on film, I think it's a healthy Nooksack team and a rolling healthy Kashmir team. I think are as physical as anybody. But ultimately, I took Nooksack in the title game in that one, and that's my preseason prediction, and I'm sticking to it. The first two classes, Okanagan and Nooksack, so far.
Hey, I like your balls. You're taking the teams that you definitely picked preseason. We have it on film. We can replay it for everybody to see at home. But I'm very grateful that you're going to be so wrong and make this a lot easier for me here come playoff time. So thank you for that. I mean, I've got Royal and Linden Christian in the championship game. After all the bitching about where the teams are seated at, I don't have a problem in my head thinking that Linden Christian is a very good 2-loss team. To me, I just think that you should be paying respect to the teams that won all the games that they put on their schedule, and they did it in a very fashionable way. Ultimately, what came down to it for me here, Tyson, was how that second round matchup was going to go between Linden and Nooksack. And ultimately, kind of like what Brandon Huffman said earlier, it's tough to take a team that lost in the first game the second time around. Like, obviously, you want to play the revenge card, but I think that Linden Christian is playing better the second half of the season. What they found in that win against Napavine has really helped kind of get things going for them. And I think that they're going to ride, that momentum that they built mid-season with that win against Napavine. And I think that Linden Christian personally has played the toughest schedule in the state of any classification. So I think that that's going to help them. I've got Linden Christian and Lakeside in one semifinal, and I got Royal and Kings in the other one. I got Kings over Kashmir, Royal over Kings, Linden Christian over Lakeside. And, buddy, I just cannot ignore the three-peat. I'm going with Royal. I mean, Linden Christian was my preseason pick to win it. If they win it, I'll take credit and replay that for everybody to hear. But right now, I'm going to, change course. And seeing the game already take place this year on the road and Royal winning it 28-7, I see no reason to think that Royal doesn't win at Husky Stadium.
I almost went and bought a Royal hat when I was working the other day. I was over in Royal, and they used to sell them at the Shell station there. They had a whole wall of Royal memorabilia, but they were either sold out or they're not doing it anymore. But anyways, pretty cool tradition there in that town.
James, wake up. I know you're jamming out to actually falling asleep to Fog Hat, so we'll get to 4A here before you know it.
James missed a guy who knows a lot more about this than we do, saying GK was to clear.
Prohibitive favorite.
Exactly.
No team even holds a candle to him.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's how you do sports media. Ignore where you're wrong and celebrate when you're right. That's that's the game plan, baby. Is you can bet your bottom dollar that I'll be replaying, either Tyson or myself, if either of those team wins, I'll do a compilation of our preseason picks, and I'll get that like ding, the check mark and stuff. But yeah,
That'll be our intro video for the show after the state championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. So if you guys haven't figured it out yet, we like to have fun and we like to talk shit. And we're going to do an entire show after the state championship where we just do nothing but talk shit about anything and everything. So come ready with your comments that night and your feedback. But yeah,
maybe we'll see who they are, but maybe have some post-game pressers, with all the state championship winning coaches. If we can,
maybe we can get, maybe if Yelm wins again, we can get Ronquillo to take his shirt off on the show.
that would be a real treat.
Justin, I'll tell you what, if Montesano wins some games here, you're coming on as a guest. All right. We're having you on video, just like you do for the scrimmage, and we're gonna have some conversation with you about Gabe doesn't bode well for the defense. So let's move on. Obviously, I'm right, and Tyson's wrong.
I'd like to know, since we just brought up Justin, where are you guys doing that podcast? Is it in the back of a local Montesano restaurant, or it was obviously a location where you guys meet up? But very entertaining podcast, by the way. Even if you're not part of their county over there, they're worth the listen.
Yeah, Grays Harbor, Grays
Harbor County.
Yeah, and Pacific.
Yeah, super entertaining format. I like how, I wish Nick and I could be in the same room. It provides a little bit different element.
I once went clam digging at Capelas. So I drove through Aberdeen one time, fast.
I've been there once, yeah.
Well, I also
haul out there.
I also stayed in Aberdeen one night. I've also played basketball games on the road at Aberdeen when I was at Kelso. So I'm familiar with Kurt Cobain County.
Did you guys get beat 41-0?
No, I'm talking basketball.
I know. I got beat as a basketball coach 41-0 one year when I was coaching fifth graders in Anacortes. That was pretty brutal.
I'll tell you what. We had our first two games this last Saturday, coaching third grade boys. I'll cliffhang everybody. I'll tell you how it went later. You're looking at the world's greatest silver division coach in the history of the world right now.
It's the mustache. It's looking stronger every week.
The kids are intimidated by it. Oh, I trimmed it up for you today. So.
It looks great. I need to shave all the stubble to
bro.
Accentuate, like we said before.
Let's go, freaking Sam Elliott. Get that shit going.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not nearly as excited as I was with 1A when it comes to 2A. There is some things that definitely piss me off. And this is kind of where I come back with that whole inconsistency thing. But for the sake of happiness, we went over this last week, Tyson. Tumwater and Anacortes were going to be number 1 and number 2. It was just a question as to what order. We both thought Tumwater would be number 1, and we were both correct. We both thought Anacortes would be number 2, and we were correct. And I think that the committee got that absolutely 100% correct. Without a doubt. Enumclaw at 3. I agree. North Kitsap at 4. Here's where I'm not quite agreeing, but I'm willing to listen. I'm not completely that upset with North Kitsap being the 4. Personally, if I were seeding it, I would have Highline at 4. But I'm willing to consider North Kitsap as being a higher seeded team because I do think that they played a tougher league schedule, even though they have a 20-point home loss to Tumwater, right? So I'm willing to accept them as the 4. Linden at 5 to me is not correct. They need to be below Highline. And again, this comes down to the 2-loss I didn't win my league conversation. I know what Linden has done for the last ever. Right? I know they're good. I know they won the state championship last year. I know that they're going to compete for a state championship this season still with 2 losses. But Highline is deserving, based on their resume, of being 5th. But instead they're 6th, which I don't think is a terrible spot for their path in terms of where they have to go to get to the championship game. But I still think that they were more deserving of this. And I got into the Twitter beef about it as well. It's like, how can you sit here and discount what they've done all year? You know, playing the runner-up in 4A and only losing by a touchdown, and then a 42-0 win over Rainier Beach. They played an undefeated Renton at the time that they played last week of the year. Renton was 8-0, made them look like a JV team. What was 16-0 or something like that? I mean, that's a pretty impressive win. And if you're going to tell me that because they beat Silicum 46-12, that it wasn't quite as dominant, it's like, so you're expecting them to win every game by 40 plus, but when they only win by 34, all of a sudden it's not impressive. I just don't agree with it. Before I go any further, all right, Tyson, I'm going to take you back to last season. All right. Who was the number 3 seed last season?
Wasn't it North Kitsap?
Correct. Who was the number 4 seed?
That would have been Enumclaw, right?
Yes. And who was undefeated last year? Yeah, who was undefeated last year between those teams?
Enumclaw.
Okay. Who's undefeated this season?
Enumclaw and, well, the top 3.
Yes, but Enumclaw between these 2 teams.
Yeah.
Why is North Kitsap behind them this year as opposed to last season?
Right. Yeah.
How is this consistent? What was it about last season's team that was so much better than Enumclaw when they went undefeated? But now all of a sudden, when I think North Kitsap played a tougher league schedule this season, they're playing a tougher Tumwater team than last year, now they're behind them. I don't get it. That's all. I mean,
well, if you're looking at
maybe,
well, and honestly, I would say it's a toss-up between which league is the toughest between Enumclaw, North Kitsap, and Highline. It's not like the Kinko 2A. I mean, it's obviously very weak behind Highline, but as is North Kitsap's league. And I mean, I guess if you're looking at it, you'd say with Ording at 7, Enumclaw's got the toughest league of the 3. So I agree with them being there. I mean, but I get what you're saying about the whole logic side of things. It's like, well, they didn't do anything last year to prove that they were better than North Kitsap, obviously, with North Kitsap being in the semifinal, the title game against Linden and playing a pretty close game. And then I saw an argument for, well, the reason Highline's seated down there and ranked down there is because look what happened to him in the playoffs last year with a 30-point loss. Yeah, to an undefeated Linden team that also beat Enumclaw by 30 plus. So, I think that ultimately, does it matter unless it's a semifinal matchup? Those aren't played generally at home. It's usually like a more regional location, close to the higher seed. But so it really doesn't matter, I suppose, unless you're number 1 or 2 in some capacity. But even still, you look at, if Enumclaw has to play Highline, now Highline's on the road. Whereas if Highline was, say, in North Kitsap's spot and you had North Kitsap at 5, well, then it's all hypothetical, but it does play an impact. Overall, I'm generally pretty okay with most of where they put everybody, but 4 through 6, I'm with you. I would probably have Highline at 4. I understand if you put North Kitsap ahead of them, but I think you have to put Linden at 6. It's not like they were uber impressive this season,
they barely beat Cedro. They lost to Ferndale at home. They
barely beat Archbishop Murphy. That's where with some of these others, you don't see it as heavily impacted, but it's like I think the past is sometimes just considered a little too heavily when you look at some of these teams with the ultimate pedigree. There's some that have proven it year in, year out. And I think it's pretty easy to see that Linden is not the same team that they were last year, whereas Highline is better than they were last year.
Yes.
But it's like it's almost like they're basing those seeds off of what happened in the playoffs last year.
I can't stand people that say, "Whoa, look at what happens when these teams play in the playoffs," that got beat badly the year before. Or the year before, they don't have the pedigree. It's like, what's the point of them playing then? What's the point of them having? Why do they have a league? Why do they have a league schedule? Can they opt out of their league schedule? No.
With that ideology, you might as well have North Kitsap and Linden at 3 and 4, considering what Linden did to both Enumclaw and Highline. It's like, they're using that logic of Linden versus Highline in this seeding committee based off last year's result. Well, like I said, Linden did the same thing to Enumclaw. So why don't you move them ahead of Enumclaw too at that point? I mean, it's
well, Anacortes was the team that got hosed last year as the 6th seed. You mean
being put that low? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they were hosed as being the 6th, having to go on the road to North Kitsap, and then North Kitsap got the luxury of avoiding Linden in the semifinals, played them in the championship game. Enumclaw got thrown to the Wolves as an undefeated team who had a better winning resume last season, because last season the SPSL 2A was better than it was this year. Ording is the only reason why Enumclaw is being considered for the 3 spot this year. I just want consistency. That's all. Like, I think North Kitsap's schedule this season was tougher than what it was last year. So it doesn't make any sense to me. From a matchup standpoint, I think that North Kitsap and Linden drawing each other is a real tough matchup for both of them. I don't think that either one of them is looking forward to the opportunity to play the other. And on the other side, if you're Enumclaw and Highline, I think that you're both actually pretty pleased with your opportunities to playing one another. So there's a lot to be determined here, but I just want consistency, Tyson. That's all. And I don't want to hear about pedigree. I don't want to hear about what they've done the last couple of years. You said it already. They struggled at times against some teams this year. What's the point of playing this season if you're not going to take this season into consideration?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, or you said earlier, that whether it's by a mile or an inch, that does have impact. But it's almost like they're weighting all these different teams with different criteria and predetermined biases built into those criteria for the most part.
Yeah, whatever.
Say Anacortes didn't beat Linden. They'd probably have Anacortes at 6 again. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, if Linden won that game, they'd probably be the 3 seed.
Yeah, or the 2 seed even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you that they'd be in consideration for possibly getting the 1 even or the 2 even, but I think Tumwater did a good enough job to separate themselves. But I think we'd for sure be talking about Linden as the 2 seed if they beat Anacortes.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Let's move on real quick. Beyond the 6 seed, where we stop again, Ording is the 7. Then we got the 8 as Clarkston, and then Woodland at 9. See, I don't like that. I think Woodland deserved the right to host that game. If you want that to be the matchup, so be it. Let it be the matchup. But, Woodland has done a pretty good job this year overall. They scheduled semi-tough, I guess, but I think that their biggest issue is that they didn't schedule up. They didn't play any 2A teams. They didn't play any 3A teams in their schedule this year. They played La Center and they played Kalama. They play Kalama because it's a national rivalry. Believe it or not, those 2 teams used to play in the same league, but they don't anymore. They've outgrown one another. Woodland's grown a little bit more than Kalama has, but
but can't afford buses. Sadly.
Well, that's because of a school levy that got voted down twice because their Yeah, I will. We were not going to get into politics. It's not good. They cut middle school athletics, so Woodland doesn't even have middle school sports, and
What a shame.
it's bullshit. Clarkston is a second place team that didn't even win they didn't win their league, yet they're hosting a game here. I just don't buy it. Woodland is a league champion and holds a road win against Washougal. Dismantled Hudson's Bay, beat one at Ridgefield, a team we don't see here right now because they ran up against Tumwater. But man, I think that Woodland got the short end of the stick there. At 10 is Washougal. At 11 is WF West. And then at 12, you've got, my eyes are getting bad, Bremerton. 13, Ephrata. 14, Othello. 15, Rogers. I believe they were the actual league champions in that deal with Clarkston. And then 16, Port Angeles. I just don't know.
Clarkston was the league champs because they were 5-1 in league, and Rogers is 4-2. So I think Rogers played that Kansas City tiebreaker with West Valley and Shadle Park, and came out the victor of it. Yeah.
Well, either way,
Clarkston's league loss came to West Valley, but then their other loss that they had in their 8-7-2 record was Lewiston, Idaho.
Overall thoughts on the seeds besides what we talked about already?
I mean, looking at matchups, I think WF West Highline is actually a pretty intriguing game. You talked about it last week. You kind of expected them to lose to Hudson's Bay, and I think it's a noteworthy that their offense is obviously playing at a much higher level than it was when they matched up with Linden at the beginning of the year, and Tumwater also. I don't think Othello Enumclaw is a close game. Washougal and Ording is a clash of styles that could be a great game.
Should be.
I got a buddy who I'm just kidding. He is my buddy, but he's saying Rogers is going to upset Anacortes. I don't see that happening. Port Angeles upsetting Tumwater. Don't see that happening. Woodland Clarkston. I mean, I'd lean towards Clarkston because that's a long trip. Although Woodland might have some extra juice since the community funded a way for them to get to the game.
Not only a way, a charter.
Yeah. North Kitsap Ephrata, not even going to be a game. Hate to say it like that. I live in Ephrata, but it's just they're just two different levels of class, having seen Ephrata. Although they played much better throughout the season than they did in week 1 against Moses Lake. And then Linden Bremerton. Don't think it's going to be a game, although, I saw those stat lines for some of those Bremerton kids I touched on earlier, and I'm like, maybe they're a little bit better than we think, but still ultimately, I think to speak on pedigree, it wins that one. So I don't think we're going to see many upsets overall. Sorry, Coach Coop, but my highest likelihood of an upset, I think, on this list for me is WF West versus Highline, but I'm still picking Highline in the game.
Then why are you apologizing?
Just to even say that it has the highest likelihood of an upset.
Well, I mean,
it's more a tribute to how good of a player Brumfield is and how well they have been playing down the stretch.
Yeah, we had a couple comments come in earlier here for
Ording.
Yeah. So a full-blown sports card says, is Ording a contender? A contender to win this week, yes. A contender to win beyond that, not in my opinion. I don't see them having a shot against the likes of an Anacortes in the next week. I think that is a matchup nightmare, to be honest with you, because Anacortes has got strength, physicality, speed, and experience. And that's a lot to deal with when you get to the quarterfinals. In terms of the matchup against Washougal, home field is going to help out a lot.
Nice home field. Too.
Yeah, that game is going to come down to who can win in the trenches and whether or not Ording can ball control over Washougal. Washougal gave up 330-something rushing yards in a game against Mark Morris that I called earlier this year. And it was a healthy win still for Washougal. But ultimately, I can't help ignore the fact that teams can run the ball on them. So it's just going to come down to, who executes more. If Washougal gets in, bad down and distance and has sloppy mistakes like they did against Aberdeen, they will lose this game because Ording is a little bit more disciplined and a little bit better coached. I don't see Ording winning this game, though, ultimately, because I don't think that their league schedule has really set them up to this year. I think that they're not playing the toughest of competition, and I don't think that they've seen a quarterback quite like Holden B yet. And I don't think that they've seen a wide receiver like Sam Evers quite yet either. And if Harry DeShazer is healthy as well for Washougal, I think that Washougal is going to be a little bit too much. Yeah, I get it. They dominated everybody but Enumclaw. I'm not at all suggesting that they're not, but Washougal, having played Woodland, having played Hudson's Bay, having played Ridgefield, those are all tough games, and even Aberdeen's a tough 2A team to a degree. So I think it's a pick 'em, honestly. Tyson, what do you think on that one?
Yeah, me too. I mean, you got a quarterback like B who's put up 45 touchdowns collectively through the air and the ground this year. Frankly, there's only, to go back to recruiting, there's only 3 signed quarterbacks in the state of Washington right now. And that, one of them's in 4A, one of them's in 3A, and one of them's in 2A. And I think anytime you got a kid like that on the field, I do think Ording's style of play definitely favors it. I mean, as far as time of possession and being able to keep the ball out of B's hands, ultimately,
that's what it comes down to. Yeah,
and ultimately, it just kind of it also comes down to what version of Washougal shows up. I think at times they've looked like they're a good enough team that they could go head to head with some of these top seeds and give them a game. And then they've had a few games where they've faltered. I kind of look at their resume isn't too much different than Linden's. I mean, overall, I would argue the GSHL was probably more competitive top to bottom than the NWC. The quality of the teams at the top obviously might be a little bit better than NWC, but Washougal had a very Linden-like year where it was like, man, you didn't expect them to play like that in that game. You thought they'd win by more or even win under that circumstance when you look at like the Linden-Ferndale game. But I mean, in the playoffs at home, I definitely do like the running game. I don't know. I expect a kid like B, for as good as he's played, to elevate his play even more, maybe come this game. And I'm leaning towards a Washougal Anacortes matchup in the week 2 of the playoffs more so, but I wouldn't be shocked if Ording, wins this game in a low scoring, like 21-13 type matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I see the comment coming in here from Full Blown 253. I love that name, by the way. It's like, for some reason, I think HIV, but that's that's just me. Listen, I have no doubt that yards are going to come. I saw Ording against Ridgefield a couple years ago and broadcasted that game on Facebook. So, I mean, I've seen that Ording can be competitive. And by the way, that Ridgefield team, up until that point against Ording that year, they had only allowed 6 points per game. And Ording had the lead 14-13 going into the half on the road. So Yeah, I don't know. Matt, get in here. What are you doing? I already got Matt. Yes. Get on in here. Come on. Click the link. Get in the lobby.
Did you send it to him?
No, if he needs it, I'll send it to him. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, no, way different, better team now. I mean, I thought that the defense though was pretty good for Ording that year. You know, I remember Bill Peacock being a big load for Ridgefield to deal with, and I think it was something McCall quarterback at the time, and
Probably Carson's brother, huh?
yeah, I think he was a senior. I want to say Mason McCall or whatever. They had a good wide receiver who went up and mossed a dude in the end zone. I mean, they had some dudes that were able to do some things off the top of my head, if I remember. It was just the second half that where Ording wasn't able to put it together. But I think that they'll fare fairly well. I think that they'll do well against Washougal offensively. I don't think that it's Mason. Yeah. I don't think that it's a stretch for Ording to win the game. In fact, I was going to stream the game. I had made arrangements with Washougal and Ording to go stream it, but apparently because there's an NFHS feed going through the huddle camera or the Pixelot camera that they got there. The WIAA doesn't allow me to do a stream on Facebook or YouTube, so
Ooh.
that got kiboshed. But yeah, the old N2 game of the week was going to come to do the Ording and Washougal game. I think it's a coin flip game personally. I got Washougal in my bracket. I'm not going to lie. I think ultimately that it's going to come down to who has the ball last and who can make the most plays. And I have a hunch that it's going to be Holden B. So that's just where I'm at. I have no problem eating crow, and you are welcome to come on the show next week and rub it in my face if I'm wrong. And I'm wrong often, so please do. I would love to. I can't come because it's a violation of a breach of contract between NFHS and WIAA. Believe me, I would come. In fact, there's plenty of Washougal fans that are ready to start a free speech infringement war on me not being able to come. So
NFHS stands for Not for Helping Streamers.
Yes, exactly. Not for helping students.
Yeah.
But Matt needs the link, so I'm going to get it to him. Tyson, talk about it.
I'm dribbling water down my face. Well, yeah. I mean, I kind of touched on what I've thought about that game already, but wouldn't be. I think ultimately Ording controls the ball with McCall and I think it's Seniors. I might have that pronunciation wrong, but I think he's only a sophomore. Chiron Seniors. If say they win that game, I think a formidable rushing attack like that could be a challenge for Anacortes. I watched them play Anacortes back in that had to be like 2017 or 2018. It was his coach might know. It was a game at Ording, and super impressed. I think the one thing I will say about that area of football is they're kind of out in the valley where you got a few more farm kids. I definitely have a gigantic bias for farm boys over the city. Boys? Yeah, over the city teams. It's funny. I had my girlfriend. She's picking brackets. I just got to do 4A with her because she's picked up a few tidbits from us here. But she's like, "Oh, I'm always, every time a Bellevue or a Bothell team, I did miss my mouth, went straight down my chin. But every time like a country team per se played like a team from Bothell or Bellevue, whether it was the Bellevue or say like Life Christian, she's like, I always got to go with the city. I'm like, no, the country teams, but." To my point, they play a physical brand of football, and if I'm basing it off of that versus some Vancouver area kids, I kind of like those county teams, but it's just hard to pick against a quarterback that has a Division I commitment, and has for the whole year. Frankly, you just don't get that many kids playing in 2A at the quarterback level that get that opportunity that he's getting.
I think they're FCS Idaho.
Well, yeah, but it's still Division I, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's not a Division II school. It's, Big Sky, obviously.
But yeah, I
But
get you. No, I mean, it is tough. And having seen Holden B twice this year and commentating games, I can tell you that he's very much the real deal. It's just going to come down to the line of scrimmage and who can get pressure and who can control the ball. If Ording is able to control the ball, then I mean, sometimes your best defense is keeping the other team's offense off the field. So yeah. I sent Matt the link on Twitter. I wonder where he's at. So
we got Coach Ports listening. Shout out Coach Ports. This is practically his show last year.
Still is his show. He still messages me every now and then to tell me that I'm wrong, which I welcome because chances are I am.
According to Ports, I'm from Linden, so
easy there, Lion. Let's go through and pick.
I'll see you this weekend, Justin.
Oh, let's go. So hey, Ports. Ronquillo said that we could get 2 play calls last week, but that expired. So we're gonna need 3 play calls for an Anacortes game if we're gonna make it up to it this year. So let's make it happen.
I'll be there on Saturday if they want them. I got them. I guess we'll have to run it through Anderson or Dubuque. Oh, just visual representation. There's me missing my mouth for everybody.
We'll have to cut it up and replay it.
Yeah.
All right, let's pick the games real quick for this week in 2A and then talk about who we think is going to win and why. I got Tumwater, obviously, here over Port Angeles, and then I got Woodland on the road off the charter bus against Clarkston, setting up a Woodland-Tumwater matchup. And then I got Linden over, Bremerton, big shock. North Kitsap over Ephrata, setting up a 5-4 matchup between Linden and North Kitsap. This one I was really, really going back and forth on between Enumclaw and Othello. Othello just has a style of football that can be very difficult for teams, and I really do think that they are going to be a tough out in this 3-14 matchup. I ultimately went with Enumclaw, so I'm picking them. But, man, I tell you what, I had a real hard time. I think the Huskies are very, very, very good and can run the ball very well. So look out, potential upset alert there. I got Highline over WF West in a I don't know what to do matchup just simply because I think WF West has been playing a lot better over the last 5 weeks, and they've played a tough schedule so far this year. But I think this is the best Highline team that Coach Cooper has had. They've been in the postseason a few times and gotten bounced out against some good teams. And I think it's going to go Highline's way this time. And then we just talked a little bit at length about the Ording-Washougal matchup. I think it's going to be a real close game, toss-up, high scoring, and I'm going with Washougal. And then I got Anacortes over Rogers.
Yeah, well, if I can get through all the dumb ads on my Pick'em website, apologize to everybody that's participated, how janky it works. But Tumwater over Port Angeles, don't think it's close. Probably like a 35-point game. Could even be running clock, although Port Angeles has played a lot better. I took Woodland as well, Linden over Bremerton, North Kitsap over Ephrata, and I have to disagree with the close game on Enumclaw Othello. Othello lost to Ephrata, and I can't get over that. Ultimately, I think Enumclaw beats them like 35-7. Highline, WF West took Highline. I pretty much ate chalk the whole way down, with the exception of Washougal and Ording. I took Washougal on that one, and I just have expectations that the best player, hey Matt, the best player on good. Yeah. To summarize the rest, the best player on the field and one of the best players in the class, I have a hard time picking against him. So I just had to take Washougal.
Yeah. Well, don't piss off.
And then I'm taking Anacortes obviously over Rogers. So if you want to make me an honorary, assistant head coach for that game, Coach Ports, to call a few plays, I'd be delighted.
Well, he says he's only got 3 plays in the playbook, so it's like the Veer from Remember the Titans. You might not remember that movie because you didn't watch it. It was actually really good, but yeah, it It's like Novocaine. Takes time, but works all the time, something like that. Denzel. I don't have every line that Denzel says memorized, but I'm sure it was more memorable when he says it.
Yeah, for sure.
Matt.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, we're joined by ESN royalty Matthew King of the Eli Sports Network, who's going to do an all-day tour coming up this weekend. An all-day tour that's going to last for 3 consecutive days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. A busy man.
Yeah, well, I just got back I'm at the lovely La Quinta here in Tacoma from the Curtis Camus soccer match. And then, tomorrow is state swimming and diving and some state swimming and diving on Friday. Then I'll get down to Kalama for that 2:00 start and back up to Curtis for the 7:00 start. And then Saturday I'll be at Art Crate Field for Richland and GK.
You're busier than our boy Michael Bumpus. Last week he flew out to Spokane for their playoff game, then went to Wazoo to call that game, and then had to fly back to Seattle the next morning to do their pregame show. I'd say you're just as busy of a guy.
I think that's the only way you can compare him to Michael Bumpus. That, and we both were Wazoo, and nothing else after that.
Hey, that's pretty good common ground. Wazoo good media.
I didn't spill water on myself either, so I did see that.
Yeah, way to go.
Well, I'm from Edmonds Community College, so you can't expect much more.
I'm Nate from Ording.
Nate from Ording.
Love it. How was that Roosevelt Mount Spokane game last week? Did that go well for Roosevelt?
Patu went out in the second quarter, didn't come back. I think I saw Roosevelt only had 152 yards of offense, and Mount Spokane just pulled away in the second half. From the summary I've got of the game from Dave Nichols out there in Spokane, another good media member covering some of their area stuff.
Well, Matt, we were just regurgitating what we thought for 2A in terms of what was going on this weekend, and we haven't gotten to who we're picking in the championship. I'll just let you know that for 2B, I picked Napavine, and for 1A, I picked Royal. So big shockers there.
Wow. You really went out on a limb.
Yeah, I'm sure you're on the same branch, though.
Did we skip 1B? Are we not picking 1B?
No, we're not picking 1B.
Mossy Rock is my pick. Been my pick all year.
I'm with you. Let's go Mossy Rock.
But I'm with you on the other two.
I'll hang with my side of the mountains and eat the chalk on that one, boys.
Yeah, Tyson's going with Okanagan, and then what was it, Nooksack Valley? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good choices. All right, so Matt, if you want to talk intelligently or non-intelligently about 2A this weekend, go ahead and lend us your thoughts.
I think that WF West Highline game is a very, very sneaky good game. I think WF West is playing about as confidently as they've played all season long. They finally have an identity. Nick, you and I already talked about Washougal and Ording. I think Washougal wins that game, and I think they look really impressive doing it. I think that Washougal-Anacortes quarterfinal is going to be an absolute barn burner. I think Anacortes will win, but it'll be an absolute blast of a game. And Woodland and Clarkston, that's a phenomenal game too. Eli Anderson is a straight up monster. I'm going to take him against any defensive line that he's playing against. There's some really, really good games, I think, in the 2A, maybe the best first round that's lined up other than maybe 1A, but there's some fantastic games on the docket.
All right. So let's just go right to the championship game. So another huge chance here, but I'm going with Tumwater against Anacortes in the championship game. And my preseason pick to win 2A was Anacortes. And this time, Tyson, I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with my preseason intuition that Anacortes Seahawks are your champions.
We got the same exact matchup and the same exact outcome, and also had the same exact prediction. So I'm 3 for 3 on sticking with the team that I projected to begin.
You're a much better man than me.
That might change in the next class, though. We'll see. Spoiler alert.
Uh-oh.
I'll be the one to go out on a limb here, if you can call it that. I still think we're gonna get the Linden Anacortes rematch. I think Linden's really good. I think their 2 losses aren't bad losses at all. I am worried about Brant Hepner's ankle, but I'm gonna take Anacortes to still win that game. But man, I want to pick Linden, but I'll go Anacortes over Linden in the championship.
Oh, we got a clean sweep for Anacortes here on the Pigskin Profits panel.
Well, the one thing I'll say about Anacortes compared to some of these other teams, I think, is we still haven't seen them play their best football collectively. And that's honestly probably the case with Linden too, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 games. But we talked about Anacortes as an offensive team last season more so than defense. This year, defense is kind of taking the reins and taking control of every game they've been in. But they had games last year where they were throwing for 300 yards and running for 200. And frankly, it's kind of been one or the other all season. And that Linden, great job on the call of that game, Matt. That was such an awesome game to watch. And it really would be a treat to see them match up. But I'm very kind of surprised that you picked them to beat Tumwater on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I love Tumwater. I love what they're doing. My worry is what happens when Tumwater gets in a fight. They just really haven't been tested. Even that win over North Kitsap, they were in a pretty good spot the entire game. I don't think we've seen Tumwater have to go out and really be pressed in the second half. North Kitsap, I think, is better. After that first meeting, of course, they wouldn't meet until, I believe, the championship.
No, they'd play in the next round.
North Kitsap would have to beat Linden in the second round.
Yeah, it'd be a quarterfinal matchup.
I closed my bracket too fast. That's my bad. But no, I just worried. I need to see Tumwater getting that scrap, getting that late game. They have to go make a play, and then I'll be much more confident. But it's hard to go against either team wearing green or gold. I can tell you that much.
There's another green and gold reference. Brian Levesky says nobody touches Tumwater.
Well, I think if you watch Anacortes shut down Linden's run and Cedar Woolley's run, and with how one-dimensional Tumwater is, like Matt said, if they do get into a shootout, I mean, we saw how a running team played against a team that was a little more diverse just in 4A last week with Richland and Eastmont, probably one of the best rushing attacks in the state. And the more explosive team won that shootout. So I don't know. It's hard to argue Tumwater's size and physicality for sure, but you got a team that's going to hold them to 3 or 4 yards of carry all game, then that could be their slippery slope.
All right.
I mean, exactly. You nailed it. It's who are you when you really get pushed? We have that answer about pretty much everyone. I'm still waiting to see it about Tumwater.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, there's the 2A bracket, and let's move on to the 3A bracket here real quick. I got to get mine pulled up. Matt, I don't know if you heard the news or not. Probably, since you keep an ear to the grindstone. The Greater St. Helens League 2A girls soccer went 4-0 tonight.
Okay.
R.A. Long got their first state win in program history on the road in Bellingham, a 4-hour bus ride to take down Seaholm. And Ridgefield beat Squim in a 7-10 matchup, 9-0.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had seen the 3. I hadn't seen the Hawkinson final yet. So I gave a shout out to the Jills on air of the Curtis Camus game. By the way, before I really dive into the GSHL2, I love everything about Curtis High School. Fantastic athletic director. The coaches are awesome. The worst uniforms in the state are their girls soccer. Their dark blue numbers on a black jersey. You can't see anything. Nobody knows who's who. It's terrible. They are changing them next year, but oh my gosh. Count your blessings, Nick. You've never had to call a game with those uniforms. They're terrible.
Well, I had to call a Squim, I think it was White River basketball game last year at the state tournament. Oh, man. I had nothing to do with the jerseys that they were wearing, but that game was, that was tough. That was the game nobody wanted to win, and it went to OT. It was like,
Squim had a wild tournament.
oh my God. I think
all
there was like
sorts of
50
chaos.
something combined turnovers and about 30 combined missed free throws and about 2 foul outs. I was just like, man, which one of these teams like wants to win the game actually? And I think it was White River that won it, if I remember correctly.
I don't know. All I remember from that state tournament was Annalie Coronado is the coolest basketball player I've ever seen in my life from Othello. Almost, she was shooting Dame style threes and just draining them. It was amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot to remember about that. Like one of the coolest names, KK Bass. That's a good name.
KK Bass, one of the coolest names and a great player.
All-state name team right there. All right, welcome back to our show, Fog Hat Sucks, as we move on to the 3A bracket. Man, you know, Tyson, you kind of teased a little bit. I think I know where you're going here in this bracket. You went with O'Day before the season started, if I remember correctly, and you're going to change your pick today, aren't you?
I sure am.
I knew it. You're pulling a me. I like it. You know, I wasn't actually shocked with Yelm getting the number 1 seed here. I think that the way that they finished the season and kind of got going offensively and how they absolutely just put away every team in league competition this year in South Sound, I'm okay with them being number 1. And O'Day's strength of schedule was not that great. I think that their team is really good still. So I have no problem with them being at 2. After that, I was a little shocked to see Arlington get the 3 seed. I'm not saying that they're not deserving of it. I thought that Eastside Catholic, kind of going back to what Brandon Huffman said earlier about their strength of schedule, I thought that they would probably get the nod, especially since they're a blue blood. But this is like the actual like one committee that rewarded a team for going undefeated and winning all their games in spectacular fashion. So good to see Arlington at number 3. By the way, I think that this bracket I'm most okay with in terms of where teams are seated. Eastside Catholic at 4, Kennewick at 5. Gosh, you want to talk about an absolute banger of a matchup potentially in the second round between Kennewick and Eastside Catholic. Wow, that's going to be a tough one. Bellevue at 6, a 2-loss team that lost the same 2 games this season as they did last season, and they made it all the way to the semifinal round last year. 7 seed Mount Spokane. They have a tough matchup in the first round. And then you got 8 seed Ferndale going up against 9 seed Mount Tahoma, 10 seed Garfield taking on Mount Spokane. And then in that 11-6 matchup, you got Monroe being the team going up against Bellevue. 12-5 Mountain View goes to Kennewick. And then 13 Lincoln of Tacoma at Eastside Catholic. 14 Ridgeline, the biggest unknown in the 3A bracket, taking on Arlington. And then the 15 Auburn Riverside, and then 16 Marysville Pilchuck. Gentlemen, thoughts on the 3A bracket on seeds?
I wouldn't change a thing. Maybe you could put Garfield ahead of Mount Tahoma and Ferndale, but I think after, Mount Spokane, it's relatively all up to. I don't have any complaints. I can't really elaborate any further than that.
It's fine with me.
I'm not mad at it at all either. I understand that I personally think the committee tried to keep Eastside Catholic and O'Day on separate sides of the bracket just in case they get that rematch. I don't think they're going to. I think Yelm is really, really good. Also, don't sleep on Kennewick, my preseason champs. We'll see if I am continuing to roll along. But, yeah, this was the bracket that I looked at and had absolutely no big issues about. I mean, it's like he said, it's top 7's pretty set in stone, and then it's just a mismatch of how you organize the rest of that bracket.
Well, the chalk side of it, 1 through 7, 1 through 6, is very tough. So it's not going to be easy for any team to crack an upset. If there was an upset that I think could play out this weekend, I look at that Garfield game against Mount Spokane. I think that Garfield has the talent on their roster to win a game like this. I don't think Garfield's really played their best football so far this season. They've had a real tough schedule, playing Lake Stevens, playing Eastside Catholic, obviously, playing Bellevue, and obviously playing the dominant Kelso Highlanders last week and holding them to like -5 yards rushing for the entire game. So I think Garfield's a potential for a win on the road. You know, I'm not saying Kennewick's in trouble, but Mountain View has beat Richland this season, and that could be a potential game to keep your eye on as well.
Yeah, I'll take that a step further. Logic says Eastside Catholic wins that game against Lincoln when you look at the seeds, but Lincoln's hit their stride. I mean, the last 3-4 weeks. Yeah, they have a freshman quarterback, but that freshman quarterback's been scoring 40-plus points a week for, better half of the second half of the season altogether. That could be, I think, outside of what you touched on, that could be a little bit closer game than the seeds would lead you to believe.
Don't forget, Lincoln wasn't a league champion because of a Mount Tahoma comeback. They were in control for most of that game. They had a chance to really put Mount Tahoma away in the third and early fourth quarter, and they let the T-Birds hang around. So I'm right there with you. I think Lincoln could be a sneaky team. I think that they have a very tough draw in Eastside Catholic. I think Eastside Catholic cruises that one. I think Monroe might give Bellevue a little bit more of a fight than we might expect. I think Monroe can come out and put up points. They're only lost to Arlington this year, and yeah, it was kind of a butt whooping, but I think Monroe can give Bellevue a real good fight.
Yeah, that game's going to be a real barometer test potentially. Even if Monroe doesn't win it, it's going to tell us a little bit about what we might expect in an Arlington-Bellevue second-round matchup if that takes place. And Tyson mentioned Ridgeline earlier. One of those teams that's just such an unknown. And, Arlington has coasted so far this season with everybody that they played. And they played in the league where a lot of teams beat each other up, with Marysville Pilchuck, even Marysville Getchell getting a couple wins here and there. Ferndale beating Linden. You don't really know what you're getting too much out of Wesco 3A here. And for a little bit in last week's game, Edmonds Woodway out of Wesco was giving Mountain View a tough time before Mountain View got their stuff together in the second half. So hard to tell what you're getting ultimately out of those teams, but I think Arlington is a really, really good team, and we'll see how far that takes them. But I don't know if Ridgeline is ready to take the next step to enter into the the quarterfinal round. But I'm interested to see how that matchup goes.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle Prep played everybody pretty tough, and they beat them pretty easy. And touching on Wesco, I mean, just seeing what Ferndale did to Timberline last week, that I thought that was going to be a lot closer game than it was. Wesco could be a little bit underrated overall from top to bottom. I mean, look at Stanwood's success last year. They were no easy out by any means. Didn't they make it? I know they went to at least the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they lost to Lincoln in the quarters.
Yeah. So,
but they played tough. I mean, and Lincoln was heavy on talent. I mean, Jamari Johnson at quarterback.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, not often you get an SEC player at quarterback in the state of Washington.
So for the first round, I got a lot of chalk. In fact, I got all chalk. I got Yelm against Ferndale, Kennewick against Eastside Catholic, Arlington against Bellevue, and Mount Spokane against O'Dane. Has anybody got an upset?
I have Garfield over Mount Spokane.
I like it.
Yeah, that's it though. Everything else is the higher seed.
Yeah, I went straight chalk. I couldn't get myself to really commit to one of these upsets. I think there's going to be a couple of teams that might be in some trouble late. I think all the better seeds pull it out in the end.
Matt, you better join the bracket challenge.
I'm going to. I promise. I'll do that as soon as I get off this tonight.
Hey, no rush. You have until Friday at noon. So if you need a little bit more
I'm
time,
going to be watching
Friday at noon. You're pushing it close. Friday Harbor and Kalama play it too.
Well, perfect. You got to have them in before the game start.
Matt will be setting up.
No, I'm just saying he has until then to get him in. So
I know. Yeah. He's gonna procrastinate it.
Take your time.
I will. I'm a terrible procrastinator. I'll admit. I get that from my mother. She'll tell you the exact same thing. So
That's okay. Well, I guess, we could skip to the end. I got Yelm O'Day in the championship game, and I'm sticking with my preseason pick 2 times in a row now, Tyson. So suck it. O'Day over Yelm in the championship game.
Hey, I had 3 in a row. I chose O'Day to begin the year. But I think Yelm's multi-dimensional style of play in terms of having more of a passing game than O'Day and having the linebacking core that they do, they are the most equipped team to stop a team like O'Day, and just have a little bit more leadership and seasoning, and obviously won the state title last year. Call it lucky or not if you want. They still were there, and they still held a perennial blue blood to 13 points. So I'm going Yelm, and maybe it has something to do with talking to their coach last week. I don't know. I just want to root for that town and kind of the story of them going against the giant private schools.
I love Yelm. I love everything that they represent. I love the tenacity, but I can't go away from my preseason pick. I told Nick it was my shot. So I'm going to keep riding with Kennewick. I got Kennewick over O'Day in the championship. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to be a coward.
I like it.
Kennewick's time.
That was Ron. Is it Ronquillo or Ronquilla? Because on the state
I was told Ronquillo.
That's what I saw on the state broadcast last year when you go back and look up that play that Kyler had. But he also mentioned Kennewick as the team he would look out for.
Good. See, I mean, great minds think alike, or Coach Ronquillo and mine, which could not be farther apart, with me being the negative side of that. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
Yeah, we were given
your courage on picking them.
Yeah, we were promised 2 play calls if we went to the game last week against Edmonds Woodway, but that was the only game that we were going to be allotted play calls. So we've since expired that offer.
We could have called first down punts and they would have won that game.
I'm honestly a little insulted. I mean, I'm not going to come with my own playbook and try to teach plays. Just give me the play call sheet. They know what to run. I mean, I can close my eyes and point on that chart which 2 plays to run, and they'd be successful still. So
you need the Mike Leach play call sheet where it's just like the little index cards where it wasn't even a sheet. That's pretty much all you need.
Well, seriously, if I was going to bring my own play sheet with me, I would just borrow Mike Peck's from Burley in Idaho, and it's just going to be 4 verts every play.
Maybe not with Yelm, though. You want to get the ball to Platt.
We could run a little halfback choice route out of the backfield on 4 verts for him. Hell, he can take a vert up the seam if he wants to. I don't care.
4 verts with a slip screen built into it sounds perfect.
Sounds like a Mike Leach play. Guys, I only got really 1 upset. It sounds like Matt's got a couple with Kennewick getting to the championship game, if you call those upsets. But I do have Bellevue over Arlington in the quarterfinals, setting up an O'Day Bellevue matchup in the semis. But other than that, I got Yelm Eastside Catholic in a rematch, which I am very intrigued by.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a semifinal game. Well, it could be. I guess I shouldn't say it will be. We don't know that yet.
Hypothetically, is the 3A champion better than the 4A champion this year?
I think so. Top to bottom. I mean, fast forward, looking at GK, I question their defense. I don't question Yelm's defense, and I don't really question O'Day's. So, yeah, like I said multiple times, if we had a 4-team tournament of the top 2 seeds from 3A and 4A, I'd probably take Yelm and or O'Day to beat Graham Kapowson and a Lake Stevens in that format. So.
I don't know about. It'd be fun to watch. I don't know if I can commit either way. So I have been so high on GK since the midway point of last season. I thought this year was their year to just kind of dominate. I still like what I see from them. I still think they got enough playmakers, so I'm probably taking them over a 3A team, but it's really, really close. I'd buy a ticket to watch that.
Yeah. All right. Anything to add here, guys, on 3A before we get into the 4A conversation?
No, like pretty good.
I think we're good.
All right. So let's move into 4A then. You know, this was the bracket that Brandon Huffman said, you know, he figured that it would be number 1, number 2, or number 3 with a chance to win it. Didn't really see anybody outside of the top 3 seeds having a shot to win it. I somewhat disagree with that sentiment. I do think there are teams that have a chance that are outside the top 3 to win it. But I also think that the 4A bracket from 1 through 16 is the toughest in the land. Anybody care to disagree with that?
No, not at all.
Good. Matt?
Nope, absolutely not. It's loaded.
So let's start it out in the 116 matchup. Graham Kapowsin, the clear-cut favorite, number 1 over against Richland. And then here's where it gets interesting. In the 8-9 matchup, Chiawana taking on Gonzaga Prep. In the 5-12 matchup, Skyview against Skyline. 4-13. This game has upset written all over it. Eastlake against Sumner. Then you got in 3-14, another potential upset, Camas and Mount Si. Emerald Ridge and Kamiakin in the 11-6, another game, potential double-digit seed gets a win. And then 7-10 matchup between Curtis and Kennedy Catholic with Curtis as the 7. Another double-digit seed that's live. And then Woodinville and Lake Stevens in a 2-15 matchup. Man, there are a lot of good matchups coming up here this week in the round of 16 for 4A. Is there one that jumps off the page at you guys?
As being most likely to upset, or in terms of most comfortable win?
I just like whatever game excites you, whatever game you see this week that you know gets you off your chair, ready to go, ready to click a live stream and watch it.
Honestly, all of them do. I think with the only game that I think isn't going to be close is the Battle of the Skies. Really, Skylines kind of stumbled down the stretch compared to how they started the year. I think more so. That one doesn't, but the rest of them, I mean, even Richland Graham Kapowsin is enticing to me. Looking at how Skokel moved the ball against Graham Kapowsin in that matchup, really Woodard is just a smaller, shorter version of Skokel when you watch them play. He slings the ball all over the field. Their defense is susceptible, I think, more to the run than they are the pass. Having watched Richland and Kamiakin play, they seem to handle the pass okay. So, across the board, it's not necessarily pick 'em games, but I wouldn't say like the 116 or even the 215 are as comfortable as they are in other classes.
I think the 215 is a pretty safe bet in my opinion. I think Lake Stevens is gonna take this as an opportunity to send a message for the rest of the state that they should have been number 1 in their minds. So I think they hammer Woodinville. One game I really look at, Sumner Eastlake. I think that is a fantastic game. I think Sumner pulls off the upset, and I've loved watching Eastlake play this year when I've had the opportunity. That's a really, really great first round game. Also, Emerald Ridge and Kamiakin. I think Emerald Ridge has a good chance to pull off the upset there. Mount Si at Camas. I think Mount Si can come out and rock Camas early. Kind of all these games, except for Woodinville, Lake Stevens, really gets me fired up. Chiawana and Gonzaga Prep. Should they be playing in the first round? I don't know, but that's a phenomenal game. We're treated. We have a late Halloween trick or treat this week.
Yeah, whoever wins that time of possession in that Chiawana Gonzaga Prep game ultimately is going to be the winner, but that is going to be a between the hash marks slog, I think, after seeing Chiawana live last week. That is, I mean, that's where they want to keep the game, not having Duran anymore. And well, we know
Gonzaga Prep definitely likes keeping the game between the tackles.
Yeah, well, just because of how deep this bracket really is, I'm just going to go right through each game here and kind of make a prediction and have you guys follow suit. I mean, I can tell you where I'm at in my bracket, but I mean, the Graham Kapowsin Richland game as a 116, this is probably as close as a 116 matchup as I've seen in recent years in all classes. I do have Graham Kapowsin winning it, but I'm really intrigued to see what Richland can do in that game. I doubt either of you guys are picking Richland.
No, can't do that. But I agree with you. I think it could be a matter of a 10, 14-point game.
Yeah, no, I'm going with GK. I think they can pull away with it late. Richland cannot turn the ball over. If you turn the ball over against GK, you're asking for trouble. I think they pull away in the second half and win by 2 or 3 scores.
Next one, Chihuahua and Gonzaga Prep. Kind of the short end of the stick for both of these teams representing the east side of the mountains. One of them is going home already. I got Chihuahua in this one with a road win, and I think that they're just the more complete team on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I went Gonzaga Prep after seeing Chihuahua last week. Don't like saying this very boldly, but I think they're a little bit more one-sided now, having to play their second and third string quarterback. Where Gonzaga Prep is actually they've bloomed a little to be more than just a running team. Have a kid whose last name is, I believe it's Stafford, is their quarterback and can throw the ball. And frankly, I think size-wise, they outnumber Chihuahua. I'm taking G Prep.
I'm right there with you, Tyson. I'm taking Gonzaga Prep. By the way, Bodie Stafford is his name.
Bodie,
I
yeah,
had
okay.
to look him up because I heard incredible things about. But I'm with you, Gonzaga Prep. They don't turn the ball over, and that's kind of where Chihuahua makes their living is through the takeaways. I think Gonzaga Prep takes care of the football, and it's going to be a close game just because I think time of possession is going to be not either side is going to have too many opportunities with the ball, but I think G Prep gets the job done.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, that secondary at Chihuahua, it flies around probably better than any I've seen. So for Gonzaga Prep's sake, they've got the right approach to that game.
Yeah.
Next matchup, Skyview and Skyline, Battle of the Skies. I think the defense for Skyview really rediscovered kind of what they were all about this year after the loss to Camas. And I think that the committee still gave them a lot of respect with them getting the 5 seed, even as a second place team in their league. And if you look at what Eastmont was able to do on the defensive side of the ball, and then they turn around and get beat by Richland and give up 50 points, I really like Skyview a lot in this 5-12 matchup.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think that's a very close game. It's probably the biggest blowout on the docket. I would say something like 35-7 in that game in favor of Skyview.
Yeah, I'm going to say go, Pat, go. This time it's Gavin Packer, though, that I'm talking about, since he's going to score more than the Packers will all season long. That's another story. I agree with you. I think this is going to be a dominant win for Skyview. I think that offense is just too high-powered. I think they win easy.
The next matchup, a 4-13 Sumner as a 13 with their best player and returning league MVP, Matthew Spurbeck, taking on Eastlake, the team that won the Kingco this season. They did have a close loss at home to Lake Stevens, so they have played a tough schedule just like Sumner has. But ultimately, guys, I come back to Sumner's schedule and how they performed against the tough teams that they played this year. And they held their own for the better part of every game, and they took Graham Kapowsin to overtime without Spurbeck. And I think that that's the shot in the arm that Sumner needs. I could be, really, really wrong on this prediction, but I'm going with the Spartans. And, I think that they're the more seasoned program, and I think that they've got the momentum at the right time. And I just think that Eastlake got a tough draw here in this one.
Yeah, I agree. There isn't a tougher 13 seed in the entire state right now. I'm taking Sumner.
I'm right there with you guys. That's going to be unanimous sweep. Spurbeck coming back is a spark that I didn't think Sumner was going to get back this season. He's a monster. That game against GK really opened my eyes to Sumner, how tough they play, how much they play for each other. They're a fired up squad that's going to go into every game believing that they can win. I absolutely love Eastlake, but I got to take Sumner here.
Other side of the bracket, Camas and Mount Si. Man, another super tricky game to figure out. I think that Mount Si can do some really nice things, and if they are able to get something going early and kind of put the screws to Camas and make them play from behind, you could be looking at an upset. I just am comfortable with Camas's defense and how they performed against the good teams that they played on their schedule this year, which includes Yelm and includes Skyview and Battleground, and what they did on the road against Glacier Peak. So I'm going with Camas.
Yeah, me too. I think Mount Si's, not total inexperience, but playing a sophomore quarterback, I think it's just going to be too big of a hill to climb for them. And ultimately, I think Camas, like we mentioned with Huffman, they lack the star power, but top to bottom, they probably have to have played some of the best team football you've seen all year. And I think it's just too complete of a team to lose to a team like Mount Si that's kind of had good moments and bad moments.
It's going to be another sweep because I'm going to take Camas too. Bo Phillips is a fun running back to watch. For Mount Si, the dude just runs a lot bigger than he is. He's a blast to watch. Camas's win over Skyview, though, opened my eyes to really how good they are, how good that defense is. They are so physical up front. I'm going to take Camas to win that one.
Next one, another real good game on paper in my mind, guys, is Emerald Ridge on the road against Kamiakin. And Kamiakin has had some tough games so far this season. They lost a game at home early in the year that Tyson was at to Moses Lake, who is not in the bracket here currently after losing to Chiawana. I think that teams that have the firepower like Emerald Ridge possess are able to give Kamiakin a tough matchup. So I'm going upset road win for the Jaguars.
Me too, although there's one caveat, I think, to this game for Kamiakin. They have a great secondary, which bodes well for them. Obviously, we know who David Cuckoo is. I've tried to make everybody aware of who Camden Schmidt is. And then they have another kid. I'm going to forget his name, but one of the McCallums from down in the Tri-Cities is going to – he'll probably set me straight on that one. But if Kamiakin commits to the run and gets Camden Schmidt going, I see them winning, but I still chose Emerald Ridge.
Yeah, I guess it'll be another sweep. I thought that some of these upsets would be where I gained ground on you guys. But, yeah, I think the Jags, they know who they are on offense. They're comfortable on offense. Skockle looks so much improved from last year, and he was pretty dang good last year. I think they go on the road and get the job done with that offense.
Yeah, so here's another matchup that just seems just hard to figure out, honestly. But Curtis against Kennedy Catholic, and Kennedy Catholic, a title game participant last season. They've won every game on their schedule this year that involved a state of Washington team, yet they're a 10 seed. And, going up against Curtis, who I believe is a 2-loss 7 seed. So, either way, Curtis gets the benefit of the doubt here and plays this game at home. I went with Curtis because of that, but I'm expecting a real close game.
I think Curtis wins this one like 35-14. Looking at the box score last week for Kennedy Catholic against North Creek, forehand was like 7 of 16 for 55 yards passing for Kennedy Catholic. And, North Creek was a pesky team last year, but they're just not the same team as they were last year. I mean, losing Zuri Alexander to what was supposed to be Arizona State and is now
starting and playing for Idaho and then losing their coach to Cal Poly. There's just too much ground to be made up. And frankly, I think Curtis's Puyallup loss is going to fuel a little bit of a run here.
First of all, can someone please, I don't know if we can do this, clip Nick's reaction to the final score prediction there? That can be made a GIF in itself. That was fantastic. I called that Curtis game against Puyallup where they looked so flat. It felt like they were trying to do too much. They were trying to turn it into a blowout, and they forgot to win the football game. I think Curtis gets the win here. This is the hardest game for me to pick. I think it's going to be super close. It wouldn't surprise me if Kennedy Catholic gets the win. I don't know what to expect from Kennedy Catholic. I mean, like Tyson said, they lost a lot from last year's team. I don't know if they lost enough to where they lose to Curtis big. That loss from Curtis, though, to Puyallup, I think, kind of refocused them in. So I think they're going to get the job done. I think Rocco Koch's a phenomenal quarterback. I think he can make a play late to get them the win. Also, Xavier Aarons, he's going to come with a big play on defense in that game.
And then the last game in a 2-15, Lake Stevens, the 2, taking on Woodinville, the 15. I don't really see much of a ball game here. Common opponent being East Lake, and East Lake taking care of Woodinville, and Lake Stevens taking care of East Lake. I mean, the who beats who math says that Lake Stevens is going to win this one by 3 scores.
Yeah, it's hard not to argue that. One thing I'll just contribute about Woodinville is I think when the thing that makes them sneakier than they might seem to be is when we thought that there was no shot that they'd win this year, they did. And they also played a lot of out-of-state teams, I think more than anybody in the state. But it's a big but. Lake Stevens is just a little too deep. Too much talent.
Yeah, Lake Stevens big. There's not much I can say about it. They're going to dominate this game.
James, all right. I love that answer.
That's all right. Well, I don't know if James is going to love this answer. Moving to the championship, guys, I've got Graham Kapowsin against Lake Stevens, and I went with Graham Kapowsin at the start of the year 3 times in a row, Tyson. I am going with my preseason prediction, 3 out of 5, 60%. I almost got balls in all of the brackets, but Graham Kapowsin, I got winning the championship. I think that they're the most complete team on both sides of the ball. 4 solid weapons for quarterback Davion Superellis, and I think it just comes down to which team is healthiest going into this game. And, what a showcase at Husky Stadium. I can't wait to see that game. I'm going Graham Kapowsin in that one. I had the total points in this one at, 66. So I think it'll be a close game too.
Yeah, I'm sticking with my preseason prediction. I think as we all 3 probably will, GK, but I have them playing Camas in the title game, and that comes off of the fact that I have Curtis beating Lake Stevens in the second round. So ultimately Camas over Curtis in the semifinal to face off with GK, and total points in this one I had at 56. I think I was thinking something like but it was like, I don't remember what my exact score was, but I without breaking it down again to get to that math. But yeah, GK is just a little more loaded than everybody else at the end of the day. And Superellis is about as big of a playmaker when his back's up against the wall as you're going to find.
I also have GK against Lake Stevens like Nick does in the championship game. You've put the over-under at 70.5. I'm still taking the over comfortably. I think it's going to be a shootout. Comes down to who has the ball last. Give me GK. I've picked them after they beat Emerald Ridge last season. I said they're winning the state title next year. Maybe not this year. Maybe they don't have that experience. But next year, well, that time's coming. They look pretty damn good. So I'm going to take GK to beat Lake Stevens in the state championship.
Well, in terms of how it breaks down for points scored in the bracket, I do have Sumner making it to the semis against Graham Kapowsin after picking up wins against Eastlake and Skyview. in back-to-back weeks, setting up a rematch with Graham Kapowson in a game that went to OT without Spurbeck, as mentioned before. And then I've got Emerald Ridge beating Camas, because I said earlier in the year that if there was a hypothetical matchup between Camas and Emerald Ridge, who would I take in that matchup? And I said Emerald Ridge. And then we got a chance to see it play out potentially. And if it does, that's where I'm leaning. But ultimately, 2 double-digit seeds making it to the semis. And 3 out of 4 of those teams coming from the SPSL 4A.
I've got Sumner in the semis too, so I'm with you on that one.
I don't have Sumner, but I do have Emerald Ridge in the semis. I have them beating Camas as well in the quarterfinals. I know I haven't filled out my bracket yet, but I already like that.
So one thing I noticed is that we all have the potential to eat a lot of crow if Lake Stevens goes back-to-back, which Matt and I both have them in the championship game. So, I mean, we were close, potentially, if that happens. And,
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But
yeah, I'm wrong a lot. Just ask me.
Yeah, I thought the Packers could make the playoffs this year, so that tells you.
Well, they're in the NFC, Matt. They still can.
Yeah, well, we won't talk about that.
They just beat the Rams. That was a must-win game for the Rams, and they
must-win game. Yeah, so is Denver and Vegas for us, and we lost those two. So,
yeah, I guess I can't really put you guys in the playoffs with losses against the worst quarterback in the league in Russell Wilson.
By the way, in like 3 weeks we play the Chiefs, so
you're probably going to win that game.
With the way the NFL's gone this year, they're going to beat the Chiefs by 3 scores.
Man. It's been to watch many Packers games this year.
No, but shoot, I've been picking the NFL games, and I'm in a pool of like 78 people, and I think I'm like 74th.
We're lucky to score 3 times in a game.
Watch AJ Dillon will run for $180 and 2 touchdowns in that game out of nowhere or something crazy. It's just been such a weird year in the NFL. So many games that you think you know a team, and then, I mean, just look at what Josh Dobbs did last week. Didn't even – he had – I read a little thing. What's his name? Their coach. Now I'm forgetting.
O'Connell.
Yeah. He was literally explaining the plays to Dobbs. There he is. He was explaining the plays to Dobbs as he was calling them basically up until the snap and trying to map out the entire play to him. It's a pretty cool game to watch that come. There were some wild ones. The Stroud game was nuts with Baker Mayfield. That was quite an ending.
Yeah, hopefully we get that many great games in the high school level, because last week was crazy NFL wise.
Yeah. Definitely.
I'm pretty sure CJ Stroud threw for more yards than all Ohio State quarterbacks drafted in front of him combined.
Might be right.
Yeah, with the exception of what was it, Fields' game, and he didn't throw for 470, but I don't know. He had one. Yeah, he had one game this year where he had like 60-something fantasy points.
Fields plays for the Bears. He sucks.
Fields doesn't play for anyone now with a broken hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyson Bagent, baby. Although he's been a turnover frenzy this last couple of weeks.
He plays for the Bears. They suck.
Yeah, I feel bad for that franchise. But they might have the first and second pick overall, so who knows? We shall see.
Graham Kapowson. That's the pick.
That's the pick.
Yep, that's who I picked. Graham Kapowson. Then we got O'Day. Yep. And then Anacortes. If you had to pick a team that you're most confident wins, and you can't pick Napavine or Royal, who would it be?
You're no fun.
Yeah, I know. I would have said Royal in a heartbeat.
I would have said Napavine, hands down. But
What?
give me GK. Yeah, Napavine, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Napavine actually has a game in front of them. Maybe 2, depending on how it goes. Tyson made a great point. We really don't know comparatively what Northwest Christian Colbert looks like against Napavine, because they don't have a common opponent. So, I mean, it's hard to gauge a barometer test there. I think Okanagan, was right in it last year. with Napa Vine at times. So I don't know.
Sure, but I mean, Napa Vine outside of the Linden Christian game, the talk about them was that close first half against Onalaska. They won that game 58-14. If that's going to be their weak game, good luck figuring that out.
Yeah, if Richland wins this week, you won't have to listen to us talk about Graham Kapowson. Yes, you will, because we're going to talk about how a 1 seed lost to a 16 seed and how our champion just busted our bracket.
Yeah.
We'll still talk about them.
I'm going to
You
talk
won't
about
have to-
GK every week.
Yeah, you won't have to. Yeah, championship game, guys. I know GK got bounced in the first round of Richland, but who do you like winning this one? Well, if Graham Kapowson was still in it, I'd pick them. But yeah, they're not. So, yeah, guess I'll have to take Richland. I'll tell you what, if Richland beats them, then that makes Mountain View the best 3A team. That makes Nooksack Valley the best 1A team. So we'll learn a lot if Richland beats Graham Kapowson.
I will say, I think in all matchups of Eastern Washington versus Western Washington teams, regardless of classification so far this year, Eastern Washington is like 6-2, if I'm not mistaken. And they're in those, or maybe 3. I'm forgetting about the Mountain View win over Richland, but the others I think of are Seton Catholic over Goldendale, and then there's one more. I don't recall, but either way,
I'm pretty sure Toledo plays a team like in Tri-Cities Prep.
Yeah, they play Tri-Cities Prep in Kelso on Saturday.
yeah, that's going to be a pretty good game. Tri-Cities Prep's losses weren't against bad teams by any
I
means.
think whoever wins that game is an absolute scrap in the quarterfinals. Right? I think they play Northwest Christian if they win. That's a tough out.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing about Northwest Christian, their schedule got easier after the first 4 weeks, but like Nick was saying, I mean, 30-0 Lynn Ritzville Sprague, 42-7, 76-0, 68-6, 52-0, 76-14. Like those are all very Napa Vine-esque performances. Granted, it's against, Tenasket and Colfax and Kettle Falls, so I don't think it tells us very much, but something about that team is really sneaky scary to me if I'm a 2B opponent, because it's like they didn't know who they were to start the year, won all 3 of those games pretty soundly against Chewelah, Reardon, Riverview, and Asotin. I mean, 2 of those teams are playoff teams. Reardon was in a crossover game last week. It's like they figured out who they were and then just blew everybody out after that. But I don't know. I'll be really excited how cool would it be if we get Yelm winning say Northwest Christian wins. That's 2 state championship coaches that we could recycle post.
Yeah, how would you feel if
post
Highline
championship.
won though? Yeah, would that be cool?
Well, we'd have Highline or Washougal as an option this year. So, chances, I don't think they have as much of a chance as Northwest Christian and Yelm do, but
So we could mark it next to your show like, hey, coaches, come on our show. You're going to win a state championship.
yeah.
3 for 3.
I got a question. Who has the best chance to be Mount Baker this year?
To be a Mount Baker?
To be a Mount Baker from underdog or higher seed from game 1 on and get to the state championship.
I would say probably Sumner or
Emerald Ridge.
Yeah, those would be my 2 most obvious picks for sure.
I don't see any team in 1A or 2A or 2B having a chance of being a double-digit seed and getting hot all the way. I mean, if it was 2A, I probably would say Washougal, but they still got a tough game, a tough second-round game. 3A, I think there's just the gap between 1, 2, and 3 and everybody else. I think is a little bit significant. I think Kennewick's kind of the next best team in the mix there, then Arlington. but yeah, 4A is where I think it really lies. I think that Sumner and Emerald Ridge would be the two teams that I would say have the best shot, but maybe a Mountain View, I guess. I don't know. I just don't. I don't see them getting much further than say the quarterfinals if they win their first round game. I just don't know how confident I am for them to continue. That's a gauntlet in 3A to get through.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I think it's Emerald Ridge. If I had to pick one, I think the bracket lines up better for them. 3A, no double-digit seed might even advance past this weekend. So,
I'm with you.
Yeah, 3A, there is some teams that it's like, man, if they do get past that first round, who knows? Like you said, Mountain View, talked about the outside chance of a Lincoln. As far as being like the unknown of teams that played a relatively decent schedule and had losses that were close, like I said, Ridgeline earlier, I mean, very outside chance, but their two losses were pretty quality. A close, I think, 7-point game with Mount Spokane, and then lost to Gonzaga Prep only 28-14. Kind of just all depends on how, in that regard, how much different Eastern Washington football is to Western, and how they end up, coming out in some of these matchups in terms of knowing. I guess we just really don't know. There really aren't many barometer tests to compare in the classification outside of like Mountain View and Richland, or Kelso and Othello.
We're not bringing up Kelso anymore on the show. Okay.
You live there, though.
I do, yeah. And I know how painful it was to watch them lose after winning a Kansas tiebreaker to get beat 41-0 by Garfield. So,
hey, I've said plenty of bad things about Ephrata tonight, so it's okay. I live here, so we haven't said anything bad about WF West, though.
Well, yeah, I don't think that we really can. They've done nothing but improve, it seems, every week, and their loss to Tumwater really doesn't look that bad compared to what Tumwater's been doing to everybody else. So.
Yeah,
They're a live dog against Highline, I think.
They are beat up. They're dealing with some injuries that have me concerned. But yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they got by this weekend. I think that's a toss-up game for you. That's a tough one to pick.
It's probably going to be Highline's toughest game they've had for sure since the Kennedy Catholic matchup.
Yeah, I also really like Washougal to beat Ording. I think that's a double-digit seed that can go on a run.
Yeah, as you say that, James typed in, and stop talking about Washougal. James, I hate to tell you this, but this is not the Lake Stevens podcast. This is the WIAA Pigskin Profits podcast where, WIAA doesn't sanction it, but you get the picture. We talk about all teams and, all classifications. And Washougal is a team that's pretty intriguing as a 10 seed. Guys, real quick, if we're going to talk Mount Baker, I know they were a double-digit seed last year and they got hot at the right time, but would Bellevue count as being that team that can kind of get hot and, maybe ride it all the way? I mean, they had Lake Stevens pretty much beat until the second half of that game. Obviously, you play both halves, but they were up by, 3 scores essentially. So,
Yeah. I don't know if you could have the Mount Baker level. It would be a little bit surprising, I guess you could say. But what Mount Baker did last year, it wasn't just the playoffs. They had to go on a run there at the end of the season to beat Linden Christian and then Nooksack and the tiebreak. It was just a really special run, and the teams they had to beat didn't get to the state championship. Tenino was really good last year. Lakeside was that Cinderella team everyone was talking about, and then to beat Nooksack again. I don't know if I could put Bellevue on that level, but I'd kind of be scratching my head a little bit if Bellevue got to a state championship this year.
What say you, Tyson?
Yeah, no, I ultimately don't. I can't see that happening. I have them losing to Arlington in the second round. And, with the exception of their high seed, in terms of a team coming out of nowhere,
that nobody would have predicted early in the year. They are a 3 seed, but Arlington is probably like the most surprising, not entry into this tournament, but most surprising what they did all year and did run a pretty competitive gauntlet. So to say a 3 seed would do it, it doesn't really count. But I don't think in a lot of people's minds and hearts that, even 4 weeks ago, they would even have had Arlington penciled in at a 3 seed at this point. But I don't really – Emerald Ridge is the end-all, be-all, probably the best answer for that. Maybe a Sumner too. Especially for being a 3+ loss team like Mount Baker was.
Of course, we can all be wrong, and some team none of us saw making a run ends up in a semifinal or state championship. That's what's so great about all this.
Totally.
Yeah, a lot to be determined. Styles make football games, and matchups, can be dictated in a lot of different ways, especially in the Pacific Northwest when it comes to elements and weather. And, like we saw last year in that state championship game with Yelm and Eastside Catholic, you got one side of the field in the shade frozen over, that had to be de-iced essentially before you get going. I mean, there's a lot to be considered about what it's going to take to, get the best version of your football team ready to go against the competition that's in front of them. And a lot of things, a lot of different places that games are going to take place at. Matt, I tried to see what I could do to head up to Highline coming up on Friday. I don't know what the deal is yet. I'm going to try to find out if that's an option to try to stream WF West and Highline on Friday, but I'll let everybody know and could use the help sharing the link. The offensive coordinator for Ording said that I could have a press box seat and go up there to stream the game, although that's already been decided. Can't do that. So it's kind of the way it goes.
I wish you could have done that Washougal Ording game. I really do. I would have gone back and watched Friday night, Saturday morning.
How on that front? So obviously you guys are Eli, but you do games on NFHS. Matt, how did that get set up? And what would prevent somebody like Nick's company being able to do the same thing?
I mean, if you're an affiliate of the NFHS, you have to stream through their platform. That's what we are. I don't know what the situation.
Have you always been, though?
Eli took over as an affiliate for the NFHS. It was in like 2017 or 18. It didn't start off. Eli Sports started off as a place to just post scores. It never started off as a streaming option. And they started doing audio streams. And I mean, that was back when I was playing high school. I remember Eli Sports coming to our games. But I'm not sure if we might have to look into that about affiliate for maybe just playoffs to see if that is something that could get set up. If Nick would be interested, obviously. I have no idea how it would even work. But I mean, just so he could get on and stream some playoff games. I definitely think he deserves it. I think Nick works super hard, and it's been a pleasure getting to know him and getting him on some state championship games for basketball for us last year. And who knows what happens with state semifinals and finals for football this year.
Well, I appreciate that. Honestly, it's more so just a deal with NFHS and WIAA in terms of how it was going to be presented, because this all took place before COVID, actually. So, a lot of these smaller companies like mine and some others, they really didn't start doing their streams until about this time, and when it became more of a need. And the technology hasn't been present in all the gyms and at all the stadiums. This has been a last 3-year push, legitimately, to where all the schools that have these Pixelot automated cameras on their stadiums were basically getting them for free from the companies that provide them, so they can tap into the network that they agreed to with the WIAA, the NFHS network for streaming. It's just, I don't think it's necessarily like a monopoly. It's just that it's the way that it worked out at the time, because there wasn't really anything available besides that on a large scale. And the NFHS network is funded like outside of Turner Sports, so a huge conglomerate, big company, a lot of capital, able to set up big streaming network, and really that's what it comes down to is capacity. NFHS has a lot of capacity for games. You could stream hundreds and hundreds of games at the same time simultaneously to the network. That's a huge, attraction. And part of their deal was having exclusive media rights for video for playoff games. And that's just what the WIAA is honoring when it comes to the school. So, like, for instance, Ording has an option to stream through NFHS or not. And if they choose to, they could either choose to be an exclusive or a non-exclusive. If they're exclusive, then NFHS Network gives them money back to the school, which is a good thing. If they're not exclusive, there is no kickback, and another streaming service can come in and stream. For instance, the schools that I stream for, primarily in Ari Long and Mark Morris, they were not affiliated with NFHS Network at all. But they ended up getting Pixelot cameras the year after I started streaming, and they signed on with NFHS to be a non-exclusive. That way, if I wasn't present, the game would be streamed, but with no commentary. And they just don't get a kickback because they expect me to stream as often as possible. So it really just comes down to what your school chose to do. And Ording hasn't gotten any live stream exposure from me before, other than when they were a visitor. And not a lot of people make a trip out to Ording to stream games and stuff. So a lot of these schools are going to sign on to just do it with the NFHS network and reap the benefits of getting a 10% kickback. Now, I will say this, that I'm not the only one in this boat, and this isn't a deal that Matt's company, is behind or anything like that. They were the most trusted resource for the NFHS to broker in terms of a real live person that could go to an event and set up equipment and move a camera and commentate professionally, which they do a phenomenal job. But STSPN, for instance, up in Snohomish County, completely free service on YouTube. Their team, Lake Stevens, last year gets to the championship game. Even they can't sidestep it and, commentate and stream just because of the media rights. So would it be nice to do it? Yes. But I understand the business aspect of it. And even if there were like contract rights up for bid, I don't have the capital to bid on it. I'm not going to be able to say, here, let me buy this contract. Let me get the media rights. I mean, that's not what I'm trying to do. More so than anything else, I'm just trying to go to a destination that needs a live stream, that doesn't have a commentary team. And, and it was at the request of the schools to see if I can go up there and do it. And there's no guarantee that I'll even be able to do it to Highline, because chances are Highline has a camera that goes into the NFHS network. It makes it a unique scenario, which is why I'm very grateful for Matt being gracious to, extend an invitation for me to go and just lend my commentary, to the WIAA championship games, because it was a lot of fun. And more so than anything else, they subletted their camera work to actual students who go to school. In the West Valley Yakima team, and also, down here in the Vancouver public schools with Columbia River, Skyview, Hudson's Bay, the kids that broker that aspect of it. Even Anacortes Tyson has a student ran YouTube broadcast, of which, the Tacoma Dome could, get those guys a job, to help bring equipment, operate cameras and stuff. So it's a good deal. It's just the way it works out.
Their kid that does their play-by-play for them just won the 2A cross-country title for, I think it was the 3 mile. Like, I don't know what the meters are on that, but he does a good job. And just to touch on that, I mean, a little commentary, color commentary, if you guys need one. I could give you some fun facts all day long.
Like, what it comes down to is, we're not the NFHS, is what I really want people to understand. Eli Sports is not the NFHS. Yeah, we are their go-to here in Washington State. We're the number one revenue producer for the NFHS in the nation. It's not just in the state, in the nation. Eli Sports is number one. So WIAA has seen that and kind of gotten on our side very, very well. And there's a lot of other stuff going on. Some stuff I'm not going to talk about at all on camera. Or really, there's some stuff I won't even talk about. Nick and I had a long conversation yesterday. I told him some stuff. There's some stuff I didn't tell him because I don't know, and I don't want to say something that'll get hopes up or get opinions changed one way or another. But there's some stuff that we've talked with Richland about potentially having their high school. The number one goal right now is we want to get high school students involved in as many broadcasts as we can. We don't want to monopolize. There's too much for us to do it all is what it really comes down to. Everyone's got to have a piece of the pie, I guess, if you will. That's why I've never reached out to Mark Morris or R.A. Long or even Ridgefield because I know those are the guys Nick really has good relationships with. I don't need to go. We don't need to go down there. There's no need. They're taken care of by Nick, and also up in Lake Stevens, Woodinville. Those guys, they're taken care of very well as well. So I just hate this idea that we're all competitors when that's not how I look at it personally. I understand where some people can look at it like that, but that really isn't what it is. That's why I've loved working with Nick and to know Nick and working together on some stuff. So it's unfortunate. I really wish I told you, I appreciate you reaching out, seeing what games we were going to be at this week, and then asking, well, do you think it'd be okay if I went there? And I said, absolutely. The easy fix, and this is something, the negative about the Pixlot cameras, I wish there was a way to plug in to add some audio to it, because right now there's not. There's no way to plug in and add commentary. That's something that I hope can get fixed. It's something that can get added because that would make everyone's lives easier. Nick could go in and just plug into a Pixlot camera and at least add a voice to the broadcast. So I really hope that that's the next step in all of this.
We'll see where it ends up going. Ultimately, yeah, it's a lot of fun to do, and I don't have a problem with NFHS Network streaming games and having all the games go to their network. I think that's awesome because it adds value to having the subscription, having the ability to watch 50 different games a day or whatever you want. My only thing that I would ask is if it was going to continue is to just not have the exclusive aspect of it. But I understand why they want that, because they don't want somebody coming in and undercutting what they're trying to do and what they're trying to build. Does it make money? Yes, it does make money. But at the same time, you have to make money to pay people to do this service and go do it in person. So, I mean, for everything, there is a cost. But having somebody come in and do it for free, like who's going to log on to the NFHS network if STSPN is doing it, right? You know, they put in so much time and effort for one broadcast. You know, same thing with me. I do one broadcast a week. So, you know, all of my time and all my effort, all my setup goes to that one event. You know, you got somebody else that's doing 50, you know, and are they using Pixlot cameras? Sure, sometimes. But there has to be some trade-off for them to do it. And I don't think that it's a terrible deal. I understand, you know, I'll just say that. Would I like to do it? Absolutely. Do I understand the business side of it? Absolutely. That's pretty much just what it boils down to. And yeah, I mean, if you got to plug into the NFHS network to stream it and stuff like that, that's cool. I just have a different, you know, desire. Like when I was telling Matt yesterday on the phone, last thing that I wanted last year was people calling me, telling me that they got scammed by some fraudulent streaming company and they paid money to watch something that wasn't mine and claiming that I owe them money or a refund, or that, you know, they're paying me a subscription and they're not seeing enough swimming events, you know. So it's like, you know, there's certain things that I don't want to deal with, you know. So, you know, dropping the subscription was just my own personal choice, and everybody's got personal preferences, and I think that there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat. Ultimately, here's what's the most important thing is that however people want to watch it, there's an option to do it. If it's through the NFHS Pixelot, That's better than driving 2 hours, 3 hours in the cold at 40 degrees in the rain on Friday night to watch a game when you can still watch it on a tablet device or your TV or whatever it is. Tyson subscribed to my channel. Matt subscribed to my channel last year, So, I mean, people are here to support one another. That's the beauty of it. That's why I like doing this stuff is just, Matt and I had never met three-dimensionally until the tournament last year. For those who don't realize, the chemistry that Tyson and I have has all been done over the phone and on Twitter and on this platform. We've yet to meet three-dimensionally. I'm going to give him a hug when I see him like I've known him my entire life. So all of this stuff is giving us a chance to provide exposure for everybody. And it's all about the kids, at the end of the day. So, I'm sure that, when Tyson walks into Miner Burger when he goes to Yakima one day, somebody's going to be like, "Oh my God, it's one of the Pigskin Prophets, Tyson McCallum. That's Recruit Radar, Pacific Northwest. I heard you pick against us like 3 times last year." So,
yeah, putting a face to the voices has helped, right?
Yeah. By the way, Tyson, I greatly appreciate your post earlier today. That means a lot. I'm going to give you a big kiss.
we can pass on that. I'll settle for a Hershey's kiss, or I'll pick you up some when I'm in Pennsylvania in February.
There we go. Selling a new apple to the Hershey, Pennsylvania crowd.
A little trade show out there at the Hershey Lodge. Have to go to every single year.
Cold-blooded rejection right there by Tyson. I just want to say that.
Hey, these lips are made for one person only. That's all I gotta say. I don't need no 40-year-old mustache dude with a Portland jersey on kissing me. That's for sure.
Man, it feels weird hearing that 40-year-old. The rest of that's true, but hair's getting super long, Matt. What do you think about that?
I just got a haircut today, but hey, the flow looks good. My hair doesn't grow long; it grows thickness, so I can't grow it out.
There you go. Yeah, no, I like it. So, hey, I got my first coaching win last Saturday for 3rd grade boys. We had practice earlier today. We're setting screens, right? We're rolling some pick and roll. We're doing some basic screen down and
give and
out. No give and go. Pick and roll mainly. A lot of pick and roll, a lot of screen and roll to get open, screen away, pass and screen away. We're trying that. We got clamped up in the first game by Toledo 30-12, but then we came back and we beat a Longview team like 23-7. So, my son's team was 0-11 last year. There's a couple kids that are on this team that carried over. So I was really happy for them to get their first win in just over a year. So it was awesome.
Heck yeah.
We're 1-1. It's my first year coaching basketball. So before you know it, I'll have a high school head coaching job and be winning a state championship.
All right.
Next coach at Mark Morris.
Oh, God. Oh, don't say that. Bill Backamus will kill me.
I mean, you could take over somewhere down there. There's got to be somewhere you can hop on and maybe coach against Backamus.
Yeah, Kelso. Yeah, I'll take my old former coach's job.
I was thinking a 2A program. Then you take on Backamus and then Roper to follow. So.
Oh, God. Yeah. Well, that would not be good because then I'd probably have to go up against Orness as well for North Kitsap. Yeah, and there's probably others that Buffum of Ridgefield, Wilson of Tumwater. Yeah, I mean that's a tough tough path to carve out there in 2A there, Matthew.
It's crazy that all those coaches you just named you think would be big shot, big dog. I've talked to them all, and they're all just the nicest people. It's honestly, we're lucky with how great of coaches we get to work with.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jeray Key too. Yeah, it's of R.A. Long. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah, that'd be a tough year, I'd say. But anyway, yeah, it was a good weekend. So we got 2 more games coming up. We're actually playing at 1:00, so that parking lot at Kelso is going to be jam-packed full for that Toledo and Tri-Cities prep game. So we've already been so advised to park far away. But yeah, it should be a fun weekend, and
I'm sure it's just going to be loaded there for that game.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look for email tomorrow from Highline and see what they say, and possibly head to Highline on Friday and stream the Pirates against the Bearcats and see how that goes.
Yeah, well, I'll be watching diving tomorrow, so I'm going to try and study up and learn some of this lingo.
Yeah. What is it? Pike. Pike might be something, I think, right?
Maybe.
I think there's a pike.
If anyone does a cannonball, I've got that on lock.
That's what I was going to say. They need to flip the way they judge diving. It shouldn't be about who makes the littlest splash. It should be who can do the biggest.
I love it.
They need two different divisions in that.
There you go. I love that. I'm excited.
Massive belly flops off of the super high dive. That'd be a treat to watch.
Take my money now.
Yeah.
Matt, I'm surprised you're not doing volleyball in Yakima right now, man. You must have a trusted crew over there.
We got a crew over there, that's for sure. We got a lot of high school students over there helping us out from West Valley, and we needed someone over here for swimming and diving and to get some football in. And then next week I'll be doing some soccer where it sounds like I might see who knows how many GSHL teams at George Norty Field, Mount Tahoma Stadium for the 1A, 2A girls. Unfortunately, I have called my final Kalama soccer game of the year, which is super unfortunate. That team's close to my heart. I've loved watching them play. It felt like the first team I really called a lot of, and to see that graduating class go, it hits you a little bit. I'm sure, Nick, you can attest to that first graduating class where you're like, man, those players, they were awesome to watch. Mama Brandenburg brought cookies last week, and she said they weren't going to interrupt the broadcast, and I had to lay down the law. If you're giving me cookies, you're okay to interrupt any broadcast I'm on, and that goes out to everyone.
So
it's like Santa Claus.
Exactly.
Did Kalama, did they win or are they out?
They won, but they play Saturday at 12:30. They didn't win. They had a first-round bye, but they play Saturday, and then I'm not going to the Final Four for that venue, unfortunately.
Oh, man. Well, best of luck, Chinooks. Yeah, so yeah, when you're talking about that first year graduating class, that was in 2021 when it was what year is it this year? 20. So I guess it would have been 21 was the first graduating class, but really it didn't hit me until 22 when Ari Long had the team that had the basketball run all the way to the semifinals against Linden and lost by 2, 46-44 in an absolute, just a knock them out, drag them out, back and forth game. And, those kids put their heart and their soul into that tournament and that game. They did not go to Yakima to take home 4th, 5th, 3rd or 2nd. They came to finish first. And seeing what North Kitsap did, seeing what Linden did to Pullman in the championship game, it led a lot of people at Ari Long to believe they could have won that championship that year. And they just, it was heartbreaking. So seeing that class go was pretty tough, because the way they went out. And but yeah, I feel you, Matt. When you see these kids play all the time, and even last year, I was pretty miserable in the championship game when Mark Morris lost, because just the way that it went down with Parlin getting in foul trouble and stuff. And Dietz, I graduated the same year as Deacon's dad, Doug. So, it was just like, you watch these kids all year long and help them out. And it's just like, man, tough way to go out right here. You can't help but kind of have that blank stare.
Yeah, Josie Brandenburg is one of my favorite athletes I've ever covered. One of the nicest kids in the world. Just awesome. I do got to give a shout out to another group of seniors that are graduating from Onalaska, that girls soccer team, JC Talley, another outstanding player. They're down 2-1 with 15 minutes to go tonight. Scored 2 goals in the final 15 minutes to punch their ticket to the quarterfinals. So shout out to the Loggers. I can actually openly root for Onalaska and Kalama in the B soccer now, since I'm not calling it.
Okay.
We talked a lot about Central 2B soccer on this show, way more than I thought we would.
That's all good. Well, anyway, that's getting kind of late here. I think that I'm gonna probably call it a night. We had a good show here tonight, honestly, with Brandon Huffman right away for about 52 minutes talking recruiting athletes, things that are being looked for, and kind of what to expect a little bit in terms of recruiting, and then talking about who his favorites were in each class briefly, and talking about why the Huskies are ranked 5th in the college football playoff. And I'll give you a hint, Matt, it doesn't have anything to do with Washington State. But yeah, it was a good first hour of the show, and Tyson and I got into it, and I really lost it when we got to the 1A bracket when it came to the seeds. So yeah, go back and rewatch it.
Tomorrow night I'm going to watch that because I know how fired up you were on the phone with me.
Oh yeah,
the 1A, so I can't wait to see it again.
Oh gosh, yeah, it was just like reliving the conversation, honestly. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I appreciate it. Matt, thanks for jumping on. Tyson, as always, man, thanks for doing all you do, and how hard you work to really go to bat for these athletes and stuff, and get their film out there, and highlight some of the players. I gotta be honest with you, almost every player that you mentioned throughout this season has been a guy that's gotten looks to go play at the next level, and guys that have performed super good this year. You told me about Kukumbu, at the very beginning of the year for Okanagan, and he's turned out to be an absolute stud for those guys. Obviously, I know guys like Diesel Wilkinson because of you. And also, I want to let everybody know that Tyson is the one who got Brandon Huffman on the show. Tyson's the one who got Michael Bumpus on the show. Tyson is the one who got Marshall Hart on the show. I've contributed a few along the way, but we've got some big time guests, even Jason Ronquillo. So, I mean, give Tyson a big pat on the back for how hard he works and how he's able to outlet and source out. He'd be a really good producer for anybody. So yeah, you're a producer. You get a golf clap tonight.
Much appreciated. It's been fun. I mean, I've kind of applied what I do every day for work to this podcast, and in this realm, and trying to build a network and continue to constantly expand it, whether it's, to throw a parallel. I mean, most people don't know anything about the fruit world, but we have a lot of corporate monsters here in Washington, especially on this side of the mountains, that are giants, and try to reach out with those guys. And I love dealing with the small farmers. And it's been kind of the same thing with, talking to a Marshall Hart, or talking to a Bumpus, or a Huffman, or a Ronquillo, or anything. But yeah, it's been a blast. I mean, it's all just a blessing. I don't even consider it work.
All right. Well, God bless you both, and appreciate everybody coming on out and watching tonight, being a part of the live stream in the comment section. We got 3 play calls for Anacortes, so we should probably make a trip up there and use them. We should probably save them for the championship game if they're there, honestly, see how it goes and see if they have that level of trust for us, so. But anyway, yeah, next week we will get together again and regurgitate what happened this week in terms of the playoff brackets in all classes. We might even touch on 1B next week a little bit, because Matt says that Mossy Rock is going to win it all, and we would definitely want to circle back and make sure that that's going to happen. They probably have a bye, though, right? Yes,
they've got a bye, yeah, so they're safe this week.
Yeah. Well, Nacelle, I think, plays, so we're going to come back and check out Nacelle. I'm going to check out Winlock and see how they did from a local standpoint here. But, yeah, awesome. We'll come on back next week, and we'll see who we can maybe get on. It's going to be difficult, I think, to get on a coach that's currently preparing and doesn't want to lend any bulletin board material. But we'll see what's available and maybe what we can scrounge up. And obviously, we'd love to have Matt come back next week if he's available. Hopefully we can have Devin jump on and we can have a little 4-way action, a little foursome. We'll play through.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thanks so much for being with us, everybody. This is Pigskin Profits. Nick Sisson, Tyson McCollum, Matthew King saying so long tonight. And until next time, may your picks be good, and may your bad ones not come to fruition. We'll see you next week.